Hello, Tushar sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have sir. Check settings.
Hello.
Sir, please check settings whether you are able to share your screen or not.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay,
Screen
fine.
is it's visible.
Yeah. Yeah, sir. Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Okay. So, dear participants, good morning to all of you. So, I welcome you all. First session of in this. Dr. Tushar Kanti Bera from NIT Durgapur. He's going to discuss about the electrical applications of 3D printing.
हाँ जी, थैंक यू भाई.
So in this particular lecture, we will see the electrical applications of 3D printing. So he will cover different aspects. Means till now we have seen the applications of 3D printing in biomedical domain and other domains. Okay. So before inviting him, first I would share some brief about him. So let me. Okay. So Dr. Tushar Kanti Bera obtained his BE and MTech in electrical engineering from the University of North Bengal and the University of Calcutta, India, respectively. So he completed his PhD in the field of biomedical engineering from the Department of Instrumentation and Applied Physics, Indian Institute of Science, ISC Bangalore, India. So after completing his PhD, he started work as a postdoctoral research fellow in the University of Yonsei University, South Korea, and in Saudi Arabia, and then he joined University of Arizona, USA. So apart from this full-time postdoctoral researcher, Dr. Bira has also worked as the visiting scientist or research collaborator with different universities like Stuttgart University, Germany, Queen He University, South Korea, and then yeah. Okay, so then Dr. Vira has also worked as the scientific consultant with the KAUST Saudi Arabia and Movecom Inc. So as a faculty member in India, Dr. Bera worked as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at Haldia Institute of Technology, Haldia, West Bengal. And then he joined the another institute as an associate professor in the Department of Medical Electronics at BMS College of Engineering, Haldia. And then he also worked as a visiting lecturer at the College of Paramedical Science, Haldia. And then Dr. Vira has also worked as visiting assistant professor at the Yonsei University, South Korea. And at present, he is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Durgapur. The research interest of Dr. Bira includes electrical and electronic measurement and instrumentation, electrical impedance, and ultrasonic based non-invasive tissue characterization and health monitoring techniques, biomedical instrumentation, and medical imaging. So during his past research tenure, he has majorly worked on the design and development of instrumentation, sensing, signal processing, data acquisition, and image reconstruction for biomedical, aerospace, and material engineering applications. And then Dr. Vira has also obtained a number of research publications, including 5 book chapters, 37 peer-reviewed journal papers, 39 conference papers, and also he has guided 3 theses and a number of abstract in the technical reports. So in his academic career, Dr. Vera has got more than 25 academic awards, achievements, and honors. He has also been selected for the DST Fast Track Young Scientist Project Award from the Government of India. So, and also he's working as the editorial board members and the reviewers of several international journals. So, sir, so with this, now I invite Dr. Bera. So, sir, now I hand over to you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yes.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much for the introduction. Yes. Very good morning, all. So, in this FDP, I am here to discuss about the application of 3D printing technology for electrical impedance-based non-invasive health monitoring technique. It is a field of biomedical engineering. So, as the workshop is on 3D printing, so definitely you all are aware about the 3D printing technology, how it works. So I will not go in detail about that. Just after introducing the technique, I will go to the biomedical techniques and how the biomedical engineering has the applications of 3D printing, the opportunities of the 3D printing technology. The 3D printing technology is an emerging field, and we all know it has several possibilities. So today in this talk, we will discuss about the application of 3D printing for the electrical impedance based non-invasive health monitoring. So just for introduction, we know that 3D printing is one kind of printing technology where the ink is used to develop not only the making the 3D dimensional objects, 3-dimensional object, but also for solving several complex problems which is found in our real life. So we are not only making the 3D toys, we are making several important and essential 3D objects which are very difficult to develop, or in sometimes very complex object can be made very easily. So it is also one kind of printer. It will also use the inks, but it will use that ink for developing the 3D structure. So as the name suggests, it will have one printer, that is printing machine, and it will be controlled by some controller, and generally this controller is PC, and there will be the interfacing software which is called a printing software, and there will be some printing nozzle which will be moving in XYZ direction to develop the XYZ dimension of the object to be printed. So there are several types of 3D printing, but there will be several steps. Say majorly we can divide either 5 steps or 3 steps. So here we can see that it will be consisting of modeling or drawing, means some design must be there, and that design will be made in the computer, and that design will be modified or made in a particular form so that the printer can understand. So computer is not going to print, the printer is going to print, which is a machine. So as our input in a PC is given as per our known languages, I say English, but that English language is not understood by the computer, we know that. So whatever we are using, that is high level languages, and whatever is understood by the computer, it is low level languages. So there will be some compiler or the transformer, language transformer. So the language will be made or transformed into a particular type of language which is understandable by the chip or the ICs or the microprocessor or microcontroller or the controller which are there inside the CPU of a computer. Similarly, if the machine is working with the help of or with the command given by us or command given by computer, so definitely that command must be in a form which is understandable by the machine. So definitely there will be some processing, in that the model slicing will come or separate kind of file formation is done, and then the machine will understand what command or what type of printing is to be done, so it will start printing. So, so the steps will start with the 3D designing or design file. It can be made in the CAD software, designing software, computer-aided design software. Many softwares are there. And then it will be converted to the STL file, and there will be the model slicing. So model slicing means it will divide it several slices, and according to the slicing, the printing layers will be made and the 3D form will be generated, and then the printing will be done. And the G-code file will be made for the better understanding by the printer nozzle or printing machine, and then 3D object will be done. And sometimes some shapes are also mentioned in some books, or there the post-processing will be there. So post-processing means the object is done, but after that the finishing will be made. So very complex object can be made if the drawing is developed or available in a proper format. So, and also there will be some base, there will be the nozzle, and on the base we can put some other material also, support material kind of, and then on that support material we can make our geometry. So that depends on that in which way we are going to develop, or in which way we are going to use our 3D model. So one very basic animation by which you can see the movement of the nozzle. So nozzle is giving some ink continuously, and on the base, this is the base material or platform on which this printing material is deposited. After deposition, it will be solidified, or it will be say cooled either naturally or by any other means, because whenever some materials are used, that will be in liquid form, and then it will be solidified so that it can get one 3D structure as a solid structure. And sometimes there will be several colors, and these colors can be given by the separate nozzles, and separate nozzles will have separate input. And that plastic materials, there may be some other materials also, that plastic rolls will be giving some different colors, and automatically we can get the colorful object if it is required. So the steps I have already explained, so I will just skip those things. So these are the more text, it will not be very much interesting. So CAD file generation, the STL file format, and then the printing, object removal which are not required. So unwanted objects will be, the object will be removed from the base, and there will be some post processing so that unwanted object will be removed. So material will be taken, it will be fit into the printer, 3D printing machine, and then some part will be developed, and there may be some waste. Some material can be utilized, which is till now, which can be utilized as a ink of this 3D printing. Metal is also possible. Some food materials are also possible. Some people are making chocolates or any other foods with the 3D printing. So glass, sand, plastic, even human tissue can be utilized, wax or polymers. So ABS and PLA, because you are say expert of 3D printing, so definitely you might have come across these materials which are sometimes used for the 3D printing. 3D printing materials come as the filament of say plastic materials coming in the form of rolls. Different type of 3D printing, inkjet 3D printing, or FDM, that is fused deposition model, or stereolithography. And in the nozzle there will be some heat production so that the film or filament is melted and it will be deposited as a liquid form, and after that it will be solidified. There will be two nozzles if we want to make two colorful structure in the model. So definitely two filaments will be there with different colors. There may be more nozzle also. So this is the feeder through which the filament will be fed, and there will be hot end so that this filament will be melted, and there will be the movement of this nozzle so that it can make the three-dimensional structure. So after going through this basic discussion about the 3D printing, we will come to the biomedical field where this 3D printing technology will be utilized. So we will discuss about the basic physiology and anatomy very briefly. Our human body is a complex object, complex living object, where there are several body parts, organs, and organs are developed with tissues. Tissues are developed with cells. So our body has different systems like circulatory system, then nervous system, then the renal system. So all the systems are assigned to perform particular work, and all the systems are controlled by the central processing unit, that is brain, and brain comes under the nervous system. There are several other part of the nervous system. So the nervous system is for communicating with the other system and other tissues. So brain will generate some signal to control all the systems, all the organs. And then whenever we will receive some signal from the atmosphere, from the outside, or even some abnormal conditions are happening inside our body, that signal will reach to the brain, and brain will send some feedback for reacting according to the signal available. So the signal will be transferring through the nerves. Nerves are developed with the neurons, and this nervous system will have several parts, say central nervous system or peripheral nervous system. So this nervous system is the circuit which is responsible for sending and receiving the signals, which are very, very important for keeping our body functioning in a proper direction. So circulatory system starts from the heart. So means there will be circulation of blood. Blood is the liquid tissue, so which is very important for sending the oxygen and nutrients to all the cells to keep our body healthy and alive. So heart generates electricity in a periodic form, and that electricity is called, say, electrocardiogram, and that electricity is spread over certain portion of the heart, that is actuating muscle, and that actuating muscle is excited due to the electric signal which is spread over here, and these muscles are squeezed in a periodic form, and with this rhythmic actuation, the blood is pumped, and blood is pumped to send to the other part of the body tissue. So our blood is carrying the oxygen, and oxygen is given to the cells for burning the food to extract the energy, and then the carbon dioxide is produced. So blood is coming from the heart to that body tissue, and then body tissue will collect the oxygen, and then carbon dioxide will be produced, and carbon dioxide mixed blood or non-purified blood will come to the heart. Heart will pump it again to send it to the lung, where it will be purified. Lung is our blood purifier, so it will be also oxygen mixer. So oxygen will be collected by the nostril. So during the breathing, oxygen will be mixed to the blood, and carbon dioxide will be released by the exhale. So this is the respiratory system as well as the blood purification system, and purified blood will again come to the heart so that heart can pump. So heart can pump it to the other body tissue. So lung cannot pump it, so only the blood can reach to the heart cavity, so that heart will be the working as the pump to pump it for sending it to the other body tissue. And renal system. So renal system is, we know that it is another kind of blood purifier. So blood will come to the kidneys, and the waste material will be sent to the other body parts for sending it to the outside of the body through the urine. So I have just explained two systems, two or three systems: nervous system, circulatory system, and the say renal system. So other systems are also there. For time constraint, I will not be going into the detail of the anatomy. So I am just telling that whenever this type of systems are not working properly, or if any organ is under the malfunctioning, then that type of condition is called the health problem or disease. So that health problem or disease may occur either due to any infection, or sometimes due to any, say, injury. If it is not treated, then that can convert it into any long-term problem. So This type of health problem or long-term organ malfunctioning are required to be treated as soon as possible to keep our body healthy and living. So at the ancient age, when the diagnostic tools were not there, diagnostic instruments were not there, the doctors, who are the experts for understanding the body anatomy and physiology, they were trying to understand the reason or origin of the problem through visual observation, touch sensing and hearing. But those methods were not very accurate or not very effective at that time, also not sufficient to detect some diseases. So after that we got our science, and after that we got our another science field which is called medicine, where the body anatomy and physiology are studied. So in the science, the biology comes, and biology is the field where the all living objects are studied. So biological objects are studied, and that subject or that course will teaches us that subject teaches us the anatomy and physiology of any living object, even including our human body. And medicine means it will be diagnostic some object or subject, and then it will be suggesting some theories and procedures for treating that. So biology, medicine are very much interrelated, and whenever the medicine was developing, it found that there are several methods which are not at all possible to understood only by biology or something else. Sometimes for extracting some information, engineering tools are required, and also engineering experts or engineers, they are also trying to contribute to several fields, because engineering is a procedure by which you can develop some tools or develop some technology, and in the different fields we can apply them. So we also always try to apply in many fields for its progress and development. Even we found that in medicine there are a lot of application of engineering, where you can develop some instrument for extracting the body information, which are very helpful for diagnosing and treating the diseases. So doctors were looking for some tools, and so also we are looking for applications. So we collaborated, and the biological field, medicine and the engineering collaborated, and we found biomedical engineering. So biomedical engineering engineers or researchers or scientists develop some technology, and the technology is taken by the companies or industries or research laboratories, so that we can develop our instruments called biomedical instruments, and those biomedical instruments will be utilized by the doctors, medical practitioners and the clinicians. Now in the modern diagnosis, we found several instruments are there, starting from one thermometer to the blood pressure monitors or ECG machines, but few of them are invasive, means we are inserting something inside the body, so it is coming direct contact to the blood or the body tissue. Sometimes it is not coming inside in contact with the blood, but it is inserted to body cavity like nostril, mouth or ear, and those are called the minimal invasive. And sometimes it is fully non-invasive, means we are putting the object or instrument parts only on the surface of the skin, so we are not putting it inside the body. So with these instruments or techniques are called non-invasive. Or some instruments are still there which are acquiring the data wirelessly, which is called non-contact instrument, like wireless thermometer or contactless thermometer. So signals may be temperature, blood pressure, oxygen saturation, blood count and many more, and those signals are called physiological signals, by which doctor can get an idea about the health status. But these signals are coming in form of only values or the time varying signals like a graph. But some procedures or the techniques are there which is more effective, which is known as medical imaging. So in imaging we look into the structure or anatomical visualization of the body, so where we can see some tissue and the other contrast. So there will be several contrast for different kind of tissues, and you can get a lot of information, so which will be very helpful for the doctors for diagnosing any kind of disease. So in this way we got say blood pressure monitor, ECG, EEG. ECG, the procedure of acquiring the heart signal. Heart is generating electricity, as we already seen in the circulatory system. So our body is very much conducting to the electrical current, because our body is developed with muscles. Muscle is developed with say tissues. So there will be a lot of water and blood which are very much conducting. So our body is a good conductor of electricity. So if the heart is developing some electricity which is inside the body, but still the potential will be available at the surface of the skin. So we can put some sensors or the suitable electrodes for acquiring that voltage with the help of some instrumentation consisting of amplifier and filters, and you can get or you can see the cardiac potential or the time varying heart signal. So that is called the ECG or electrocardiogram. The graph is called electrocardiogram, which is shown here, and the machine is called electrocardiograph. And the procedure for acquiring the electrocardiogram using electrocardiograph is electrocardiography. So now there will be another kind of the body potential acquiring system which is done from the brain, because brain, as we have studied in the nervous system, that brain is generating electrical signal for communicating with the other body parts. So that brain signal also can be acquired through suitable instrumentation, where the similar instrumentation like the amplifier and filter will be there, and those type of electrodes can be put on the brain or on the scalp, and then the signal processing will give us the visualization of brain signal, which will be related to the body health. And after analyzing these brain signals, or EEG, electroencephalogram or electroencephalography, graphy is the procedure, graph is the machine, and gram is the signal. So this type of signals will be visualized, and those will be useful for detecting several type of brain functioning or diseases. And now after that, till that three, there are many, I have just explained three. So till that portion, there are all the procedures are for signal measurement technique. So we will get only the values or the time varying values. Now here we will get the imaging. So this is called X-ray imaging or X-ray planar radiography, which is nothing but similar to our the light shadowing experiment what we did in our childhood. So there will be one object and there will be light source. This light source is nothing but the X-ray source. So it is sending X-ray like a light, and it is passing through, trying to pass through the body, and at the opposite side there will be one receptor which will be sensitive to the X-ray, and then we will get some different contrast for different tissues, and we will get some body interior picture, and that is called X-ray planar radiography, though it is known as X-ray in common people. So X-ray is the electromagnetic radiation or the source of the energy. It is not the procedure. Procedure is the radiography, and as it is done on a plane, so it is called X-ray planar radiography. And then doctor also was looking for getting some more information, but here if we have several tissues along this X-ray path, then all the images will be superimposed. So it is not possible to get lot of information throughout the cross section of the body. But getting the image for cross section of the body, tomography is required. So that's why some doctors are sometimes prescribing that the patient has to go through the CT. But CT stands for the computed tomography, and if the CT uses X-ray, then it is called X-ray CT. But in normal community, the procedure is known as the CT or CT scan, but it doesn't mean the complete procedure or the complete category of the imaging. So CT is computed tomography, is the vast procedure wherever the tomographic images are created, that is called CT or the computed tomography. It may be X-ray CT, it may be MRI, it may be PET, or it may be electrical impedance tomography. So those are all the imaging procedure where the body cross section can be visualized or body cross section can be imaged. Some other imaging procedure are also there, which is called say PET, SPECT, which are working by acquiring the gamma ray emitted from the body tissue or coming up from the body tissue. And then the ultrasonography or ultrasound, using the ultrasound we can also visualize the body tissue interiors. And then there will be fluoroscopy and the endoscopy or other imaging like mammography also. So whenever we will have some imaging or image signal or image say in the image will be giving the visualization of the body tissue, doctors will study that. Depending on their expertise and experience, the image will be analyzed by the doctors or the clinicians, and they will, or radiologist, they will try to extract the information from that image, and they will decide what procedure or what treatment is to be suggested. Sometimes due to the overload of the imaging data, if the number of doctors or the clinicians are not sufficient, but if many or huge number of images are required to be analyzed, in that situation some computational program like machine learning or deep learning are utilized for extracting the images, because those computational programs are found as the artificial intelligent tools, And those artificial intelligence tools are the computational tools which can be utilized for extracting the important information for the medical images, and that is called image analyzing technique. We can give several known data to train the system, and whenever the data will be understood by the system and the pattern will be understood by the system and the task will be understood by the system, then it is called the training is completed, and then that software will be suitable for further analysis. Then if we feed some images with some unknown information, that machine will be analyzing that images with the help of their training or with the help of their experience, what the tools got during the training period. So this is called computer-based image analyzing technique. That also is possible to be done in the medical science. So the X-ray was invented by Professor Röntgen when he was working in his laboratory, physics laboratory. He was a physicist. He didn't know that he has invented the X-ray. He knew that he has invented or discovered something, but he didn't know that what was the actual radiation, and that's why he put that ray's name as X-ray, because X is generally put as representing the unknown variable in mathematics. So he also put that unknown ray as X-ray. Until date, this is known as with the same name. And he put his wife's hand in front of the X-ray tube, and he got the first medical image of his wife's hand, where their wedding ring is also visible. But soon after, the doctor realized that if the X-ray is applied for a thick tissue inside which some soft tissue is there, then soft tissue will not be visible, whatever is shown in this skull. So brain is not visible. And then the concept of tomography is sought. Tomography means, tomo means the cross section and graphic means the imaging procedure. So tomography means the imaging procedure of a cross section of the body, and it is non-invasive and it is non-destructive. So we are not cutting inside anything, or we are not destroying any object, organ or anything. So it was invented by Alan Cormack and Godfrey Hounsfield, who got the Nobel Prize for their great invention. They developed their CT machine where one rotating X-ray beam is there, and X-ray beam rotates in a circular gantry, and the gantry is housed with several X-ray detectors. Here it is represented by the yellow color boxes, and then the X-ray detector will receive the X-ray beam, and that will be compared with the incident X-ray. That is, rotating X-ray beam is passed to the object to be imaged, and attenuated X-ray beams are received by the detectors at the different projection angles, and data collected by the computer will be processed by one computer program which is called as image reconstruction algorithm. An image reconstruction algorithm will take the data and they will compare with the projected X-ray and the attenuated X-ray, and they will try to solve some equations. That is, the equations are developed with the relation or the physics between the interaction of X-ray and the body tissue. So for any signal, whenever it is applied on the body tissue, there will be certain type of interaction. So that can be represented by some equations, mathematical equations, which are the physics of that technology. So with the utilizing that type of equation, utilizing the data, those equations are solved in the image reconstruction algorithm, and we get the body tissue parameter as a cross-sectional image. So this is the structure of the machine. This is the gantry of the CT. There will be moving table on which the patient will be lying, and patient table can be moved in a particular direction, and whenever the X-ray beam will be rotating in a 360-degree angle, there will be several set of data. So whenever X-ray is projected from this position, this detector will be collecting the data, X-ray data, and whenever it will move to a particular angle which is called projection angle, we will get another set of data, and accordingly we will collect the data for 360-degree rotation. So we can get a particular slice of the body, means as an image. So there will be some visualization of the organs. So there are several projection angles by which we will illuminate the body, and we will receive the data by the detector. So we can get this type of abdominal CT image by this X-ray CT. It can be also utilized for 3D imaging. If we move the table in the direction, so different slice angle or this different slice position will be selected, and we will be getting several number of 2D images as a slice. And if we if we combine those 2D images or slices, we can get the 3D structure of the body. So this is the different images of abdomen, chest and brain. Okay, there will be several limitations for the machines. X-ray machine is very bulky. It is installed in a particular room. The machine cannot be taken to the patient side. Patients should visit to the imaging machine or imaging place. And also X-ray is not suitable for continuous radiation because it's a ionizing radiation, so it is not good for health. And also there will be some other restrictions. So there are another technique which is called MRI. This is magnetic resonance imaging, which uses the electromagnetic interaction with the body, and it gets the image with very high resolution. There will be very strong magnetic field, so it will have several limitations, so that the body implants of metals will be very dangerous for machine. So definitely the patients who has the metal implants inside the body, either the steel plate on the bone or something else, or any ornaments worn by the patients, are not allowed to the allowed for entering to the machine room. And also the technicians or who will be there inside, they will not have any metal components or metal instruments with their vicinity. So that will be dangerous for the machine and also dangerous for the patients. And there are some other techniques called SPECT, so single photon emission computed tomography, and the PET, positron emission tomography. So those machines are utilized to visualize some metabolic activities of the body tissue. It is very helpful for detecting the cancer. And the machine, the tomography will work in the similar fashion, but here the signal will be the gamma ray, which will be received by the gamma detector. And there will be some angiography, which will be injecting some dye, and the X-ray imaging will be done so that we can get some contrast. And fluoroscopy is also one kind of X-ray imaging, but it will give us the movie kind of thing, so we will get the dynamic imaging of the X-ray. And then mammography, which is one kind of planar radiography, but it is especially used for detecting the breast cancer. And the ultrasound was already we have discussed. So there are some comparisons of the images, X-ray, MRI, PET, and ultrasound. And then we will discuss, because now you understood about what is the importance of the biomedical engineering for detecting disease and the abnormal health conditions, for studying the physiology and anatomy. Then we have gone through several signal measurement techniques like ECG, EEG, blood pressure and all. And then we also understood what is the medical imaging, how the tomography works, and what is the basic principle of computed tomography by X-ray, magnetic resonance imaging and all. And then we will go for the electrical impedance tomography. Then electrical impedance tomography and electrical impedance based health monitoring is one field by which we study the tissue impedance, that is the electrical impedance of body tissue. So Luigi Galvani was experimenting with the frog's legs, and he understood that there is some relation between the electricity and the body tissue when he observed some twitching of the frog's muscle with the contact of some electrical conductor. And then after some time, after a few years, also William Eindhoven tried to invent the ECG machine for acquiring the ECG signal. So he knew that there is a potential generated by the heart which can be monitored and which can be visualized. So he tried to develop his machine, and he developed the first ECG machine with the help of 3 electrodes. And we will be very amazed that he developed 3 electrodes with the 3 tanks filled of saline water. So he dipped his 2 hands on these 2 tanks. Those are the 2 electrodes, and this is the ground electrode. This is also filled with the saline water, where he dipped his left leg. So in this way, on the theory of the 3 electrode method of ECG acquisition, he was able to acquire the ECG signal. So now we will discuss about the body tissue, how the electrical property is understood for the biological tissues, how or what kind of property will have, or what kind of property will be exerted by the body tissue or biological tissue. So starting from the very basics, that direct current is one kind of extremely sorry for that. So direct current will be conducting in a particular direction, so polarity will not be changed, and for the pure DC there will be no magnitude variation over time. So for alternating signal, the particles like electrons or holes will be conducting in a particular in a variable direction. So with respect to time, the direction of the electron flow will be changing, so polarity will be changing, and also the magnitude will be changing with respect to time. And generally we generate our alternating current or alternating power in form of sinusoidal curve. So alternating voltage or current will be in sinusoidal curve, and where you will see that polarity and the magnitude is varying with time. So this is the time axis. So there will be one positive cycle where the polarity is positive, another cycle will be negative in the negative half cycle. And we can also see that the amplitude is varying gradually. It is also time varying, it is not constant. So whenever some object will be under the alternating current excitation, there will be current and voltage, and that current and voltage may be generated at the same time. At that condition, they are called that they are in the same phase. So generation of the current and generation of voltage are happening in the same time. But sometimes there may be some displacement between the time axis. So in that case, we will be telling that there will be some time displacement or phase displacement. So for resistance, the generation of current and voltage happens in the same time. So there will be phase displacement as a 0. And if the inductor or capacitor or some inductive circuit or capacitive circuits are there, there will be phase displacement. So depending on the phase displacement or depending on the property, whatever is there, that is resistance, capacitance or inductance, or the combination of those three parameters or anything else, the impedance will be decided. So that impedance could be found as the cumulative effect of the inductive reactance and the capacitive reactance. Inductive reactance and the capacitive reactance are the oppositional force created by inductance and capacitance respectively, and that will decide how much impedance will be there. Also the resistance will contribute for making the amplitude of the impedance. So the impedance can be found say for basic circuit theory as either a series or parallel or combination of both. So I will skip those slides because these are very basics of the electrical technology. So we want to just mention that the capacitive reactance will be represented by 1 by omega c, where omega is the 2 pi f and f is the frequency in hertz. So this is the parameter which is telling us that the impedance will be variable, or impedance will be dependent on not only on the frequency but also tissue composition or material composition. So material composition will tell us what will be the capacitance, and this omega is representing the form of frequency. Definitely total amount of capacitive reactance or inductive reactance, they will be dependent on the frequency. So it will be also frequency dependent, also it will be composition dependent. So depending on the effect, dominating effect, either it will be capacitive or inductive, we will see the phase angle, and the phase angle will be decided, and accordingly the impedance will be decided. So now if we have one object, say with a particular geometry, if we inject some current and there will be some voltage dropped across this material, and if we are able to measure that voltage, and then we can get that formula with the Ohm's law. So V equal to IR. Now if we want to calculate the resistance, we can apply this formula and we can get that if we know the dimension of the material. Similarly, if the injected current is alternating in nature, we will be able to calculate the impedance in the alternating circuit theory. Now if we have one unknown object and if we inject some alternating current signal, and if we measure the alternating voltage signal developed by the current signal, then we can get impedance. So that impedance measurement can be made either 2 electrode or 4 electrode method. In the 2 electrode method, we will inject current and we will measure the voltage across same electrode pair. But in 4 electrode method, current injection will be made 2 electrodes and the voltage measurement will be done for the other 2 electrodes. So for 2 electrode method, there will be some contact impedance problem, and for 4 electrode method, there will be no contact impedance problem.
Wow.
Hello. Hello.
ठीक है
हेलो
तो देखते हैं बोले देखते हैं क्या माहौल है दिख देना क्या माहौल है
हेलो
आया थे ही है 10 जनवरी से स्टार्ट होगा
हेलो Am I audible?
No.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, can I continue?
वो सब बदल लिया होगा ना
Hello.
Yeah, yes, you can continue.
ठीक
Okay, okay. So, bioelectrical impedance will be coming from the cell property. Cell is developed with the cell membrane, and cell membrane is sometimes enclosed by the cell wall in the plant cells, but in animal cell there is no cell wall, so there will be cell membrane, and cell membrane is developed with protein, lipid, and protein. Proteins are having the water-loving property. That means they are hydrophilic. So proteins will be containing some water, so they will be conductive in nature. And the lipid is oil, so they are hydrophobic. So they will be the lipids will be insulator or insulating medium for the current. So definitely there will be two conducting medium which are sandwiching one insulating layer in between them. So from there we will get the capacitance property, and we will get the cell capacitance, and cell capacitance will be denoted by cell membrane capacitance, and that cell membrane capacitance Hello. 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 Sorry for the disturbance. Yeah, cell membrane capacitance is produced from the structure of the cell membrane, and then the intracellular fluid capacity, intercellular fluid resistance will be there, and extracellular fluid resistance will be there. So whenever we will have isolated cell, and if we inject some current through that isolated cell structure, where the cell will be there and also the extracellular fluid will be there, so there will be the two current paths, and that current paths will be facing two parts of the impedance Z1 and Z2, which will be understood here. So in the big picture, so cell membrane capacitance will be there and intercellular fluid resistance will be there, and definitely there will be the two parallel paths, and there will be current passing through the either extracellular fluid or through the cell membrane, depending on the frequency. So if we get the combined electrical circuitry, we will get the equivalent circuit of the isolated cell in this form. Though there are some other standards are also there, but it is the most popular single cell model of the electrical equivalence. So now if your tissue structure is there, by this 2D model we can understand how the frequency will decide what kind of impedance will be exerted by the tissue. So that frequency dependent impedance behavior is shown here. So if the frequency is less, that is omega will be less, so 1 by omega c will be very large, and the impedance offered by this cell membrane will be more. So current by virtue will try to conduct through the low resistive path or low impedance path, so they will pass through the extracellular fluid. But whenever the frequency will be increased, the 1 by omega psi will be decreased, so definitely the current will be able to penetrate the cells, and current will be passing through the extracellular fluid as well as the cells. So if we have a particular section of the tissue, and if we put 2 electrodes or 4 electrodes, if we inject current and if we measure the voltage, we will be able to get the tissue impedance, and that will be also carrying so many information about the cell or tissue health. Because if the health status is not normal, then definitely the normal tissue impedance will be changed. So utilizing those parameters or that electrical impedance, many electrical impedance based diagnostic tools have been developed, like bioelectrical impedance analysis (BIA), impedance plethysmography (IPG), and impedance cardiography or electrical impedance spectroscopy. So in impedance analysis or BIA, we inject the current through two electrodes through the hands and to the legs, and we will collect the impedance data, and we will be able to calculate several body parameters or body composition like total body water, total body fat. And even in case of the electrical impedance plethysmography, where we are able to measure the electrical impedance to calculate the blood volume in a particular limb. So that technique is suitable for detecting the disease called deep vein thrombosis, and deep vein thrombosis may occur if there is any blood clot inside the deep vein. So due to the clot of the blood will be coming inside the limb through the artery, because heart is keep pumping, so definitely the blood will be coming and getting stored inside that limb, but as the vein is blocked, it will not be able to return back. So the limb will be swelled, and it will be also life threatening if the thrombus is broken, and it can spread it over the other body parts and other circulatory vessels. So that type of techniques can be applied to detect the deep vein thrombosis. And impedance cardiography means this plethysmography or the procedure of measuring the volumes of the conducting medium, that can be employed at the transthoracic region, and where you can get the impedance of the blood, and that impedance signal can be obtained as a time varying signal, and which will be correlated with the ECG, because the heart is beating with the help of the electricity generated inside it. So definitely the ECG will be the responsible for beating of the heart, and as the heart is beating, the blood is being pumped, and as the blood is pumped by the heart, so definitely there will be the variation of impedance as the amount of blood is changing from the transthoracic region. So due to that reason, the impedance variations or the time varying impedance signal can be correlated with the ECG, and with applying several formula, we can get the hemodynamic parameter like cardiac output or else, and stroke volume. So many parameters can be calculated, which are very helpful for detecting several number of cardiac disease. Impedance spectroscopy, as the name suggests, is the procedure of measuring the electrical impedance at a particular frequency band. So there will be a spectrum of the frequency within which we will measure. So we will be injecting current at a particular frequency, and then we will change the current frequency, and we will measure the impedance. We will be measuring impedance at different frequencies, and then we will plot the real part and imaginary part to collect or to get the equivalent circuit of the material. So here also we are injecting electrical current signal, constant current signal, and measuring the voltage. But here what the difference will be there, we will change the frequency. So we will change the frequency with time, and we will be measuring the impedance at all the frequency points. So that's why it is called electrical impedance spectroscopy, because electrical impedance is measured at different frequencies within a particular frequency spectrum. And whenever we will get a lot of frequency values, a lot of impedance values, we will extract the real and imaginary part for all the impedance values, and we will plot the real part along the x-axis and imaginary part along the y-axis, and we will get one impedance profile, which is called Nyquist plot. And analyzing the Nyquist plot, we will be able to get the equivalent circuit of the tissue or body object, which is unknown to which was unknown from the outside. So if we just apply electrical current and measure the develop voltage and calculate the impedance, then we can be able to get the electrical property of the tissue, and utilizing that electrical properties, we can get several health information, which will be helpful for detecting some diseases. So this is one kind of graphics of any impedance measurement device called impedance analyzer, and that impedance analyzer will have say 4 electrodes, and those 4 electrodes will be attached to an unknown object, and we can conduct the electrical impedance spectroscopy, and we can get the impedance profile and the parameters. In some instrument, the parameters will be extracted directly, and we can get the parameters, and we can correlate with its health condition. So what the instrument do? What the instrument does? Instrument will send the electrical current, say from at frequency 0.1, then frequency 2, then frequency 3, and then till several number of frequencies, say 100 or 1000 number of frequencies can be also scanned, and then we will get all the impedance values at all the frequencies, say from starting from F1 to Fn, we will get Z1 to Zn, and then we will get phase angle θ1 to θn, and we will be able to extract the impedance values, the real part and imaginary part, using some formula, and then we can plot that that real part and imaginary part. Real part will be plotted along the x-axis and it will be imaginary part of the y-axis. This will be y and this will be x, and then we will get the impedance profile called Nyquist plot. Okay, till that portion we were discussing about the impedance measurement, which is signal measurement technique. Means we are not doing any tomography or we are not doing any imaging technique. Now we are going for the electrical impedance tomography. So in electrical impedance tomography, what we do, we will also measure the electrical impedance, but as we have seen for tomography, we have to apply the signal and we have to rotate that signal source for collecting the data along the 360-degree rotation. So here also we will continue the measurement at different projection angle, and we will collect the data for 360-degree rotation of the source and detector. So it will be also found as a tomographic imaging. It will be also found as a non-destructive and non-invasive technique. So how EIT works, if we have a circular domain as shown in this picture, and if we put some certain number of electrodes, which are here only 16, so we can also put 32 or 64 or many more, but for understanding we have just taken as an example with which has the 16 electrodes. Now if we choose 2 electrodes for current injection, and if we consider that the subject is homogeneous, then we will be able to get the current profile, or we will be able to draw the current profile for current profile for this subject, and also we will be able to draw the equipotential line for the subject if the body is homogeneous as shown by this picture. Now if we are able to measure the voltage with some voltage measuring device or voltage measurement, say any other system like data acquisition system, we will be sending the data to the computer, and computer will have some reconstruction algorithm. As we have already discussed, the reconstruction algorithm will be solving some equations. That equation will be developed with the relationship between the applied signal and the body tissue. So there will be some EIT governing equation or electrical impedance tomography equations which will represent the electricity and the body tissue property. So how the boundary voltage or surface potential or the outside potential will be getting the information about the inside. So taking from this homogeneous medium, if we inject current through electrode 1 and 2, then the current paths will be symmetric, and if some object which is highly resistive is put, or if it is there, then the current paths will be distorted, because current will be tending to flow through the high resistive path. It will be always preferring to the low resistive path, so automatically it will try to avoid. So current paths will try to avoid the object, and accordingly the current path will be distorted inside the medium. Depending on the current paths only, voltage will be distributed along the domain, and as the boundary is the last part of the domain, so definitely here also the voltages will be influenced by this distortion of the current flux. So accordingly the information of this object will be hidden inside this boundary potential, and if we scan it for 360 degree, definitely we will have a lot of data and we can get the sufficient information of the object. So for the comparison, X-ray CT uses X-ray, current tomography or the electrical impedance tomography uses electrical current. It was invented by John G. Webster and R.P. Henderson in 1978. After that, it has been applied by several scientists and researchers and for several applications. As for example, D.C. Barber and Professor Brown, they applied this tomography for imaging the cross-section of the arm. It has several advantages: non-invasive, radiation-free, low cost, and it is portable. Only one laptop and some electronic instruments. The electronic circuit may be could be developed within a form of, say, hard drive or CD drive, and there will be one laptop for computation. So everything or all the accessories will come in within a briefcase, and we can carry it to the ICU patient. We can install it to the say in ambulance, or you can apply that technique for a long time also. So due to these advantages, it has been applied first in medical imaging, then in chemical engineering, then in microbiology, in defense field for detecting the landmines, for civil engineering, the void and cracks can be also detected after putting the electrodes on the concrete beams. Even if we put the electrodes on the ground, we will be able to see the underground portions so that we can detect some water or any other buried object. Now for data collection, I will quickly go through the data collection. As we already mentioned that for the tomography, we need to collect data at different angles so that you can scan the object throughout the 360 degree. So we will be selecting some electrodes for injecting current. Say here it is showing, say, first projection, that is current is injected from 1 and 2, and then this projection will be shifted. It will be injecting current 2 and 3, and then again the voltage will be measured from all the other electrodes. Similarly, we will see the other projections like 3 and 4, 4 and 5, like that we will conduct the 16 projections, and we will be getting a lot of data, which is called measurement data matrix. And whenever the data will be sent to the PC will also develop one set of data that is called computer generated data, or VC, and that VC will be having the same dimension of the matrix, and those two matrix, that is the VM matrix and the VC matrix, will be compared, and there will be one mismatch because the computer data will be generated with some assumptions. The assumption is that the domain is homogeneous because computer doesn't know about the real object. So real object data will be taken by the measurement instrumentation, and that will be stored in the computer as a VM. And now computer will simulate exact domain, or simulating the domain which is mimicking the domain of the real case, and then that domain will be understood as, or considered as, the homogeneous. That means conductivity will be same throughout the domain, and that initial guess conductivity will be, say, taken as sigma 0, and with that conductivity it will try to solve that governing equation of the EIT, which is shown here, and then it will get the boundary voltages, and that boundary voltages will be collected for different projections, and all the data will be having the same matrix dimension. So VM and VC will be compared. Definitely there will be some voltage mismatch because in real case the domain is not homogeneous, but it understood that homogeneous. So due to that this observation, we will see that there will be some mismatch, and due to that mismatch there will be some mismatch voltage vector, and that voltage vector will be again utilized to update that conductivity. And with the updated conductivity, again the solution will be made, and again another set of VC will be generated. Whenever another set of VC is generated, this will be compared again, and again another voltage error will be found. So when it will work in a loop, and when the voltage error will be found as optimized, then the program will stop, and the final or updated conductivity will be plotted as the image. So we will get the image of this real object, and which will be matching in the real case. So this VM and VC are compared, and VC del V is taken to the computer for updating the sigma. Instrumentation, it will have 3 parts: current injector, signal conditioner, and data acquisition system. And there will be another part which is called switching devices, that can be made either by relay or multiplexers. So electrode switching device or multiplexer block. So current injector will inject current, and then voltage measurement and data acquisition system will acquire the data after the processing by the signal conditioner, or the signal conditioner will be employed to remove the noises or amplify whenever it is required. So these are the several blocks, so I will skip that. And then this is the signal flow. So there will be some voltage control oscillator which will generate sinusoidal signal voltage in voltage form. That voltage signal will be converted to the current form. That will be the voltage control current source, and that will be injected to the object through the mux, and then voltage generated will be coming through the mux, and it will pass through the amplifier block, filter blocks, and then voltage measurement device, and finally it will reach to the computer. These instruments are electronic instruments, so definitely it will be possible to be developed in the electronic laboratory utilizing either breadboard or PCB. And whenever the instrument will be developed, it may look like a PC motherboard or any other small circuit board, and which is the example is shown. This is developed during my PhD, and this is the complete instrumentation with manual switching. And after the confirmation of all the circuitry, I made it in the PC based instrumentation. So where you can see that multiplexer are employed and multiplexer are switching the electrodes. We can see the video here. So 2 electrodes are here for injecting the current, and the other electrodes are switching, and they are measuring the voltage. This is the projection. So again the electrodes will be changing. The current electrodes are continuously changing, and voltage measurement are changing accordingly. So PC based system, and then the final battery based system where we can see the phantom experiment. There is a saline solution and some high resistive object is there, and we can see the high resistive object is visualized with a red color, and low resistive or the high conducting medium or saline solution is visualized as a blue color. So these are the data collection in computer. This object in this geometry, we can get the image of this geometry. So if there are many objects, we can get many spots like that. So now I will explain the phantom development. In phantom development, phantom means one mimic object, so which will be resembling with the body part, and there will be the material having similar conductivity of the body tissue, and it can be constructed with some tank, shallow tank, and some conductive electrodes. In many ways it can be developed. Even with the paper clips also it is possible to develop, but it will be prone to the corrosion because it's not made up of the stainless steel. So after that, stainless steel electrode can be made and the tank is required. But all are required to be good machining, otherwise electrode mismatch or electrode geometry will be not uniform or say identical for all the electrodes. So definitely there will be some errors in the image, and as the EIT is ill-forced, the error will be multiplied in the output. So this is the screenshot of several phantom imaging. So smaller inhomogeneity than larger inhomogeneity. You can see that when the inhomogeneity is larger, we can see the better imaging, and that depends on the electrodes also. Resolution will be improved with the increase of the number of electrodes. For multiple object imaging also we found the proper imaging, so it is matching with the geometry. And with the biological object, we can see that with the saline and carrot, saline and cucumber, or tissue like chicken tissue fat and chicken tissue bone, all the imaging are conducted. Application, for several applications it is done. I am explaining about the medical here. So the chest imaging or pulmonary imaging or lung imaging we can see here. So pulmonary imaging for neonates, for kids also it is suitable. And for breast imaging it is possible to apply, and also for brain imaging also it is possible. So research works are going on, and it is useful for biotechnology and microbiology, where cell culture imaging can be monitored by utilizing some microelectrode developed with the MEMS technology. And these are the commercial instrument, few of the commercial instruments which are available. This is from UK, this is from Russia, and this is for the Germany. So now I will come to the application of 3D printing for this impedance based techniques. So now we understood how the body impedance is developed and how the electrical impedance can be utilized as a parameter to detect some health condition or anatomy or physiology. So whenever we will go for any impedance based technique, we generally need some fabrication of electrodes or fabrication of phantom or similar geometry, which must be very accurate for so better imaging or better sensing. So here we have just collected one example where they develop some 3D printed PCB, and which is reliable and reusable for developing some oils for impedance spectroscopy of aqueous solution. So they are measuring the impedance of some aqueous solution for their particular purpose, and this Cabrera et al. Or Lopez et al. They have developed this system by the help of 3D printing, and they put 4 electrodes here inside the well. You can see that the 4 curvatures are there, and these are the 4 electrodes. Now if in the well, if we pour the liquid material, which is our target material, which is required to be analyzed, then we can get the impedance value through these conductors, because all are connected to this. So these are the 4 wells. We can put several samples, and there are 4 electrodes. So inside are the voltage electrodes and outside are the current electrodes. So after pouring or after filling that well with the liquid sample, we will be able to get the impedance value through the wires, because current will be injected through these wires, and current will be injected through 2 current electrodes. So these are the current electrodes through which the current is injected, and these are the voltage electrode across which the voltage is measured. So in this geometry, the impedance of the liquid will be measured, and which can be also measured at different number of frequencies. So if we change the frequency here, we will be get the impedance according to that frequency. So studying electrical conductivity using 3D printed 4-probe station. So there are also utilizing the 3D printing for developing some 4-probe method or 4-probe station, where they want to do the electrical impedance spectroscopy. So electrical impedance spectroscopic device or electrical impedance analyzer will be having 4 probes, and that probes must be connected to the sample. Now, when in many cases that sample and the electrode arrangement, because electrode will not be available with the instrument, we need to either develop our electrodes, or we have to procure that electrodes. In many cases, we have to customize our electrode geometry. We have to develop our own electrode geometry depending on the experimental setup and experimental status. So for that case, for better accuracy, many times we need some accurate development of electrodes or electrode geometry or electrode assembly chamber, means where the sample will be poured or sample will be kept. In this situation, earlier it was developed by machining or hand, but now the 3D technology has come, 3D printing technology has come, so we can develop several number of materials through the 3D printing techniques. Now for any other say EIT phantom, suppose we are going for the EIT for any brain imaging. Now we cannot put the EIT machine directly on the human brain, because for calibration, for testing, for assessing, we must conduct several experiments on some other material. Sometimes it is done for the animals, so in biology and medicine, that is called the animal studies. But for animal studies also, we must to follow some protocol and some ethics, animal ethics we have to follow. So if it is not properly granted, then we are doing the experiments, or we have to do the experiment with some phantom, and phantoms are not the living object, so we can develop our phantom, and phantoms can be made with a similar property of the brain. So there are several materials which can be utilized in the brain matter, which can be developed by maintaining the similar electrical property of the brain tissue. So that type of material can be developed, but in that case also it is not only required that the electrical property should match, but also the dimension or the geometry or anatomy should be matching with the proper brain, so that the experiment will be more accurate and realistic. So in that case, it is very difficult for developing the skull or developing the brain. So but using 3D technology, if you are able to draw the structure of the brain and the skull with the help of 3D printer, so definitely it will be a great development in the development of electrical impedance tomography phantom or electrical impedance spectroscopy chambers or electrode assembly. Here you can see that one group is working on the brain phantom, and they are also developing several material with different conductivities, and utilizing the 3D technology, they are able to develop the skull, where the material will be poured and the total brain or head will be developed. Some other materials which is printed by the 3D printing for developing some head phantom, and here these are the position of the electrodes. You can see the circles or circular, and those type of phantom also are suitable for not only for electrical impedance tomography, but if you want to go for say any EEG signal or any other electrophysiology of the brain, then we can use that type of phantom. So another 3D phantom is a 3D printed chest models with the realistic shape and electrical property of electrical impedance tomography. So that type of chest phantom or chest model can be developed. So these are the printing machine which they developed, and utilizing the 3D printing technology, they developed the chest phantom. First of all, they also developed some electrode chamber. Why the electrode chamber is developed? Because whenever we will go for developing some EIT phantom or any other electrical impedance based testing phantom, so the electrical property of the body tissue should be mimicked by the model. So if you are going for developing any head phantom, so brain tissue property must be followed in the phantom development. So the phantom material must have the similar electrical property of the real brain tissue. So what should we do? We have to do some measurement of the material. Suppose we are mixing some material or we are preparing our own material so that the body conductivity or brain tissue conductivity is mimicked inside the material. So if this material is the sample of the material used for the brain tissue, so how we have to know if it is developed in the lab? So definitely we should be confirmed whether this tissue impedance or tissue conductivity is matching with the brain tissue or not. For that we need to conduct the impedance property or impedance measurement. So that type of chamber is required to be developed. For that type of chamber also 3D printing is required, because accurate electrode placement and accurate the tissue adjustment we can do that. So we can make it either by machining or we can make it through the 3D printing. So after many 3D printing techniques, in many research group 3D printing technique has been utilized for developing that type of electrical impedance measurement chambers. So after developing that, 4 electrodes are placed. We can see that 1, 2 and 3, 4 electrodes are placed, and after that the sample which is used for making the brain tissue, that sample is taken with a known dimension and it is put across these 2 electrodes. So outer 2 electrodes will be giving the current injection and inner 2 electrodes will be measuring the voltage, and accordingly we will be able to measure the tissue impedance. And after calculating with the dimension of the material placed inside this electrode, we will be able to measure the conductivity. So this is about the measurement of the material which is used for developing the phantom. Whenever the material impedance or material property is found matching with the chest or brain, then automatically we will go for the further development. So like that they have developed the rib cage and the lung and the heart, and then they have also developed the entire phantom. We can see that, and the electrodes are pasted over that. And this type of electrodes we have seen for the ECG electrodes, and they studied the electrical impedance tomography experiments. So that will be more accurate, because with the help of 3D printing we put all the materials, all the tissue parts or the bones or the rib cage, hair and spinal cord, everything is put, and depending on the literature survey we can also give the material properties which is resembling the real tissue electrical properties. So it is far better whatever we have seen for the tank phantom. Tank phantom is circular. First of all, it is not matching with the anatomy of the chest. So here you can see that the phantom dimension is similarly matching with the real human body. Even the spinal cord, rib cage, lung and the heart, everything is put, and it is more accurate for studying one electrical impedance spectroscopy or impedance tomography. So for EEG electrodes, that type of electrodes are flexible and conductive in nature. Some hard electrodes is difficult to interface with the scalp. So this type of conducting rubber can be utilized, or conducting polymer can be utilized for acquiring the EEG signal from the scalp. And the acousto-electric imaging techniques are also one kind of the brain electricity detection technique for treating several kind of diseases like epilepsy or some other brain diseases. And for that case also we have to develop our own phantom or head phantom and brain phantom. So here you can see the skull are developed. So many cases the real human skull are not possible to obtain. So but if we have the accurate geometry drawn in the CAD, we can develop our 3D printed skull. So these are the 3D printed skull where we can put our brain material with the agar gel. So there are several protocols and procedures so that we can develop our gel, and the brain electricity can be say developed with the help of some electrical source and with the 2 or 4 electrodes. So that type of electrode assembly can be put inside the brain material, and that brain material or brain matter is developed with the agar gel. So we can put that type of electrode assembly, and then we can pour the agar gel here, and we can seal all the cavities with this glue gun. So 3D printed skull can be very useful for developing one real brain phantom. And after putting the gel, we can seal it, the upper and lower skull. So the junction will be sealed by some waterproofing material and the glue tape. And this is the procedure of pouring the agar gel solution. And after the solidification, we can see this type of say a head phantom is produced, and it looking like the real brain tissue. Even the electrical property will be say imposed with the mixing of several conductive material inside this gel, and here you can see that some electrodes are also put. So this work is conducted in the University of Arizona during my last postdoc. So we are working with that, and we found with the Professor Russell's group, we learned so many things, and we worked on that gel phantom with the help of this 3D printed skull. So I didn't work on that 3D printing development, but I worked on this brain tissue development and the other experimentation. But I realized at that time how the 3D printing can be helpful. Even you can see that the ultrasound probe, this ultrasound probe holder is also developed with the 3D printing technology. You can see that one plastic material is there, that is also 3D printed, because we had the 3D printer material in our lab, so we printed whatever is required for the accuracy. We can go through the 3D printing technology. So there are several other works also, so if we get another time, definitely we will keep discussing. So these are some results. So conclusion is that EIS is an impedance measurement technique detecting a number of diseases. EIT is a series technique which is applicable for NDT SHM, that is non-destructive testing and structural and monitoring and material characterization. So EIT is fast, low cost and portable. EIT finds a lot of application in several practical problems in engineering and technology. 3D printing is a technique for developing 3D materials and devices with high precision. So 3D printing can be utilized for biomedical application as EIS and EIT and acousto-electric imaging. A number of research opportunities are there to improve the EIS and EIT procedure using 3D printing techniques. So I acknowledge my supervisors, my PhD supervisor and the postdoc supervisors for giving me opportunity to learn so many things. I thank my collaborators with whom I worked for a long time, and I got the opportunity to contribute in the field of science and technology and the applied sciences. And then I thank my institute, NIT Durgapur, who has given me the present position for continuing my research. I thank Professor Dr. Narendra Kumar for giving me the platform to talk about my research work in this domain and to become the part of this FDP. So I'm very much pleased and honored for this. I thank Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, Department of Industrial and Production Engineering, NIT Jalandhar. I thank all the faculty members and organizing committee members for the FDP. And I thank, above all, I thank all the participants for spending their valuable time to listen to my talk. So I will be very happy if you have any doubts, and I will try to answer the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and for this wonderful talk.
Sir, good morning.
Hello.
Is it clear now, sir?
Right, very clear.
Yes, actually, I'm coming from my colleague's mobile phone spoke first to me. We two are from same college, sir, actually.
I know.
Yes, actually, the thing is, we missed the IIT Roorkee campus very badly because 3 of us came last year and visited the IIT Roorkee campus for attending the.
Hello.
Yeah. So,
Any question is there?
so I'm just our participant who asked the query.
Organization. Regarding the, I learned a lot of things regarding total quality management and statistical quality control, everything.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful talk. Now, I would like to request our participant if they have any queries, so either they can write in the chat box, so I can read directly your queries. So our expert, Professor Tushar K. Bera, can respond to your query. Yeah. So dear participant, please write your queries, or either you can ask directly. So Professor Bera can respond.
Psychological, I am feeling more cold.
It's raining here too, sir.
Yeah, I understand because it's a weather is different, but we can't even think of that our ceiling fan will move. Thank you.
So if any question is not there, then I will request all the participants to contact me through email or the mobile I have given, or if there are any question, I will be happy to answer.
Definitely. I think no queries are being asked in the chat box till now
Okay,
by the
so
participants. So
I have
we can.
I have given the
Yeah.
contacts. Yes, I have given the contacts in the last slide. Please note it down. If you wish to contact me for any kind of query or any kind of collaboration to work in this field, so I will be very happy to interact. So I have given my email ID, my institute email ID, my phone number, my institute phone number, my WhatsApp number, my Skype ID. Everything is visible in the screen, so anybody can take a snapshot or note down so that they can contact in the future. So I'll be very happy to interact if anybody is interested to contact me.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, sir.
Definitely, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So I hope the participants are going to be very benefited with the discussions you had. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us for this particular session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So can I log out now?
Yeah, definitely, sir. Sure. So, dear participant, the first technical talk of the last day of this AICTE Atal Academy sponsored faculty development program is now done. For next particular technical session, it means the second talk of today will be delivered by the Piyush KD UK, and he will discuss about the various aspects of the 3D printing. So Mr. Piyush will elaborate from the basics of 3D printing up to the application perspectives of the 3D printing. Okay, so very soon he will join us. Okay, so once he will join, then I will also share more detail about Mr. Piyush, and he's having a very practical experience in the domain of 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and all. So he's having a very wide experience. So I hope that you are going to be very benefited with the talk which we will have with Mr. Piyush. Okay. So please be there. We will just resume the session within a couple of minutes. Either you can have 1 or 2 minute break at your end. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so dear participants, our next speaker, Piyush, the UK, has already joined us. Okay, so before Rukesh, Piyush, can you hear me? Am I audible to you?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, Piyush. Very good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, before requesting Mr. Piyush to start his talk, I would like to share some brief about Mr. Piyush with all the participants so they can know even how much expertise Mr. Piyush is having in the domain of 3D printing, additive manufacturing and all. He is a founder, designer, director of New USA M Private Limited in collaboration with the VNIT Nagpur. Okay, he did his masters from IITM Jabalpur. Mr. Piyush UK has mainly just worked in the work focused in the design and development of biomedical products in collaboration with the doctors, engineers. He is technically sound in designing, modeling, anatomical modeling, 3D printing, manufacturing of customized parts. He has a patent in his credit on 3D printing of temporal bone. Okay, he is also having 3 to 4 patents in his account. He has also been awarded with the Raman Innovation Award for Artificial Temporal Bone. Okay, the Bayrak Big 15 Award for developing artificial temporal bone. So many awards, honors have been there in the account of Mr. Piyush. So a list is so long, but because of the time constraint, I must have to stop over here, and would like to extend my request to Mr. Piyush so he can start his discussion with you all. Mr. Piyush, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Ravi sir, for the introduction. So I'm basically working from Nagpur. I'm operating from Nagpur, and we are currently incubated at VNIT Nagpur. So my entire setup is here, and we are working for biomedical application of 3D printing. So before proceeding further, I would like to share my screen. Is my screen visible to you all? Hello? Hello?
Yes, visible.
Okay. So good morning, guys. Today's talk, I will be mainly focusing on 3D printing failures and hands-on session for 3D printing software. Like since this is the last day of the workshop, so we all have heard and we have all learned about many things about 3D printing, many basics about 3D printing, that what is 3D printing, what are these different techniques of 3D printing, and what could be the possible way to print any particular part, or what should be the process cycle of 3D printing. But I don't think so that you all have got the hands-on session that how to print a particular part, that what particular process do we need to follow whenever we get any STL file, and what are the failures that we occur while doing any kind of 3D printing techniques or while doing any kind of 3D printing work. So, and even if we are getting any kind of failure, so how to rectify that failure, and which particular parameter do we need to improve in order to reduce the failure rates. So we are going to discuss all these things in this session. So let's begin further. So basically, I'm Piyush, and I belong to a company named as New USA Medical Private Limited, and we are incubated at VNIT Nagpur, and that's my team. And we are working towards the medical application of 3D printing. And our core products are like we are mainly manufacturing the 3D printed temporal bones and 3D printed base skulls, and all these two products are for dissectional practice. We can do the mock surgeries, we can do the dissection practice on this particular objects, and these two are only for the teaching aids. Okay, and the temporal bone and base skull have all the internal and external anatomical features as that of the real bones. Basically, the temporal bone is the ear bone, and this is the side view of a skull, and this is the temporal bone. Here will be the temporal bone. And till now, New USA have conducted more than 10 workshops at various medical institutes, and where the surgeons from the team, they do the hands-on sessions for the dissection of the temporal bone practices. And we have given a training to almost all more than 500 plus participants, medical students across India, and we have held workshops at various medical institutes. And our product have also been highlighted in many local and national newspapers. And we also got a chance to exhibit a product at many international exhibitions. And we also won the Raman Innovation Award in 2019. And in 2020, we got the BIREC BIG award for developing the artificial temporal bone. So currently, we are updating the product with the material side, and we already have developed the geometrical model for the temporal bone, that is the ear bone. And now we are making the material so that it can mimic the bone-like properties. So we are enhancing the properties of the material, and that material can be 3D printed. And we also have a patent in our accounts. We have three patents with us. Two patents are on the design of temporal bone, and one patent is on the material, on bone-like material. And we also have a temporal bone dissection lab established at our lab at our office place, where various ENT surgeons and new surgeons can come and learn about the dissection, about the mock surgeries, and they can enhance their surgical skills. So these was all about the company introduction. So before proceeding further, let's talk about the material that we can print. So basically 3D printing if we classify the 3D printing based on the general classification, we can classify the 3D printing on three types. The one is solid based, powder based, and liquid based. If we talk about the solid based material, in solid base, the material will be in the form of a solid wire. In liquid, the material will be in the चालू तो है. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, there was some network issue. So I'll again share my slides. I think we were discussing about the materials, na? Hello. Are my slides visible to you all?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So we were discussing about the basic materials of 3D printing. So 3D printing are of three different types. The first one is the liquid base, solid base, and powder base. Here we are mainly going to focus about only on the a solid base type of techniques, that is a FDM technique. So we have various kind of materials available for FDM like PLA, ABS, nylon, flexible, wood feel, and HIPS. These are different some of the materials that we can print. If we talk about the PLA material, it is easy to print and it is biodegradable, and it is the most commonly used material for 3D printing. The next common material that is used in 3D printing is ABS material. It is durable and it has a good impact resistance. And the next material is nylon. Flexible material, we are going to use a flexible material when we want to get some kind of rubbery like feeling. And wood fill material is used when we want to do some kind of aesthetic work. And HIPS material we are going to use as a support material. The HIPS material usually dissolves in D-laminine solution. And here we can see the strength, flexibility, durability, and print skill. If you talk about the PLA material, any common person who doesn't have a good 3D printing skill, he can also use the PLA material. But if you talk about the flexible material, one should have a good knowledge about 3D printing process parameter to get this kind of material printed. Some of the other materials are PVA material. It is also a support material. It dissolves in water. Then we can have a metal filled kind of material, carbon fill material, conductive fill material, wood type material, wax type material, sandstone type material, glow in the dark material, magnetic type material, and color changing material. These are all the composites of plastics. So and one can see the print skills needed to print all these kind of materials. So one should be aware of the process parameters and process parameter of the 3D printing, as well as the process parameter to print this particular type of material. Like if we talk about the PLA material, the basic print speed of the PLA material is 50 to 70 mm per second, and the travel speed should be 70 to 90 mm per second. Print temperature should be around 190 to 210 degrees Celsius, and bed temperature should be around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. So these are the few tips to print the PLA material. Likewise, all these parameters should be known for each and every material before one wishes to print that material. So let's move further. Are you aware about the 3D printing process parameters? Have anyone talked about the 3D printing process parameter till now?
No, sir.
Okay, so let us assume that few parameters you are already aware with the 3D printing process parameters. 3D printing process parameters are like whenever we want to print any kind of particular material, we need to choose the optimum settings. Unless and until we choose the optimum setting, we are not going to get a good quality part. So in order to choose the optimum settings, one should know what are the different parameters and what is the influence of that particular process parameter on the quality of the part. Okay. So let's talk about these few and important process parameters, and we are going to see these parameters on the Cura software as well. Like the first one is the printer size. So let me share the Cura software with you. So that's the Cura software. Is it visible to all? Hello, is it visible to all?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So the first thing is, the first parameter that we're going to check here is the printer size. Okay. So whenever we are we are selecting the software, one should know the printer size. The effect of printer size can be like, we are not going to print the part at an accurate position. Like suppose if my printer size is of 200 by 200 by 200 mm. So what does that mean? The X and Y size is of 200 and 200 mm, and the height is also of 200 mm. Okay, but by mistaken, if I have given a setting as my bed size as 250 by 250 by 250 mm, and I want to print my part exactly on the center of the bed. So in that case, the software will calculate the center according to the bed size of 250 by 250 mm. But my printer size is only of 200 by 200 mm. So when I'm going to get the print in the software, it will show me that the part is at the center. But when the part will be actually printing in the printer, then the part is going to be printed somewhere away from the center. So one should always choose a proper size of the printer. So for that, they need to go to the settings, printer, and manage printer. In the manage printer, we just need to go to the we need to choose a printer type. Like I have chosen this custom FFF printer. I'll go to the machine setting. In the machine setting, we can see here the X, Y, and Z. X is the width, depth, and height. So I'll choose my printer size as 220 by 220 by 200. Okay, I'm using a Creality Ender 3 printer. So the Creality Ender 3 printer is having a print size of 220 by 220 by 200, and I have a rectangular type of bed, and my origin should be at center, and I am having a heated bed. So I have chosen this these two options. Now I'll close. So now I have updated the first thing. I got my printer size. The next thing is layer thickness. So before changing the layer thickness, what I need to do, I need to load an STL file here. So in order to load the STL file, I'll go to the files, open files. From desktop, I'm choosing this demo file. Okay, so this is the part that I need to print. But before printing the part, I need to orient the part properly. So I want to print the part on this particular face. So what I'll do, I'll rotate. I'll rotate the part and I lay flat the part. Okay, and now position should be 0, 0, and 0. So now I'm going to print the part exactly on the center. Okay, now the next thing is I need to do the I'm going to make the G codes. So in order to make the G code, I'll click on the slice, and it is going to generate the G codes. Okay, but before generating the G code, what we need to do, we need to insert the process parameters. So in order to insert the process parameter, I'll click here. I'll click here on the custom side, and from the custom, I need to change the process parameter. So the first process parameter that we need to change is the layer thickness. Okay, so the layer thickness will be in the quality section. Here we can see here the layer height. Okay, in the layer height, if I want to print at a layer height of 0.3 mm, so I have chosen a layer height of 0.3 mm. the more will be the higher will be the layer height, the print time will be less, but we are going to get a coarse quality. We are not going to get a fine quality. The less will be the layer thickness, the more will be the print quality, and higher will be the print time. Okay, so I have chosen the layer thickness. The next setting that we need to change is the print speed. Okay, so to change the print speed, I need to go to the speed and I'll change the print speed. So since we are printing it with the PLA material, I'll be changing the print speed to 60. The print speed can be vary from 60 to 80 or 50 to 80 mm per second. The lower will be the lower the print speed will be, the higher will be the print time and higher will be the quality. And if we start increasing the print speed, the quality is going to be deteriorated. Okay, so now I want to print it at a print speed of 70 mm per second. So I have chosen the print speed of 70 mm per second. The next, in some softwares, you can see the print speed in the name of as a name of extruder speed there. The next thing is the travel speed. So I want to change the travel speed. So this is a travel speed here. Okay, so in the travel speed, we are not seeing the travel speed option here. So for that, what we need to do, we need to go to the settings again. Printer, custom FFF printer settings. Oh, sorry. Printer, manage printer. Okay. Then settings. In the settings, we need to type the travel. And we can see under the speed, the travel speed option has been disabled. So we need to enable this option. Okay. So as soon as I enabled this option, I can see here the travel speed option here. So I want to keep the travel speed as 90. Usually the travel speed should not exceed 90 mm per second for PLA material. Okay. If we increase the travel speed, then we can see the oozing or threading can be seen there in the part. Okay, so we change the travel speed option. Now the next thing is the bed temperature. Now we need to change the bed temperature. Here we have chosen the material as a PLA material. Okay, so in order to change the bed temperature, we need to change the material type to ABS first. Okay, so in the ABS we can see here as, again we need to go to the settings, setting and build plate temperature. Okay, so we are going to see the bed temperature as a build plate temperature setting. So we can do the search here as build plate temperature setting. Here under the material type, we can see the build plate temperature setting. So the optimum temperature to print the ABS material is around 90 degrees Celsius. And PLA material is one type of material. Sometimes it doesn't even need a heated bed to get printed. Like we can see some many lower end printers are there which doesn't have the heated bed option. And in that printer, we can use the PLA material. Okay, so the bed temperature should be always close to the glass transient temperature of the material. Like if we talk about the TG material of ABS, the TG of ABS is around 105 degree, 100 to 105 degree. So we need to choose the bed temperature close to the TG, and the TG for PLA material is 55 degree. So we need to choose the material somewhat close to 55 degree, and even the temperature of 35 degree is also good for bed adhesion. So even if we don't have the heated bed to print the PLA material, then also it is fine. We can print the PLA material in the room temperature itself. So the next setting is the feed rate. So I need to change the feed rate. So I'll search here for the feed. Okay, we again need to enable the feed rate option. Here we can see the feed rate option as a flow rate option. Okay, sometimes it in few softwares it has been shown as a flow rate, or in some option it in some software it is shown as a feed rate. Okay, so I have enabled the flow rate option. So what I'll do, I'll again search for the flow rate option. I'm getting a flow rate option under material. So my flow rate should be 100%. So the flow rate can vary from 90% to 109%, and optimally it should be 100%. But sometimes if you're getting a over extrusion kind of settings, or over extrusion kind of printing while getting the part printed, so we need to control the flow rate. So in that case, we need to reduce the flow rates. So feed rate and flow rate are same. Then the next thing is the cooling fan setting. So we need to enable or disable the cooling fan. So I'll search for the cooling fan here. Under cooling fan, we can see enable print cool. I'll enable or disable this option. The next thing is infill density, infill pattern. So in order to change the infill density, I'll search for infill. Okay. So here we can see the infill density option. Like suppose if I want to print it at an infill density of 30%, like the infill density can be used to control the weight of the material, weight of the part that is been printed. Or if you want to make the part hollow, in that case we can change the infill. If I want the part to be of good strength, then we can print it at an infill of 100%. If you're printing it at an infill of 100%, then the part is going to be completely solid. Okay. So the next thing is infill pattern. Here we can there are n number of there are many options for infill pattern. The most common pattern that has been used is a hexagonal or the lines. Okay, so we can choose any of the pattern that we need to choose. Suppose here I am printing it by tri-hexagonal pattern, so I'll choose this particular thing. Okay, now the last one is the first layer speed. Okay, so to change the first layer speed, I'll again go to the speed. In the speed, we can see here as a top and bottom speed. Okay, we need to change this top and bottom speed. The top and bottom speed of the first layer speed should be 50% of what is your actual infill speed or actual print speed. Okay, this is recommended or this is advisable. Then you are going to get a good kind of bed adhesion. Okay, so we have chosen all these particular process parameters here. So now the next thing is that we are going to do is we are going to slice the model. Okay, now we have sliced the model. Okay, now we can see here the preview. This is the part preview. And these are the number of layers that are going to be printed. Okay, and this is the tri-hexagonal infill pattern that we have chosen. This is the first layer, and this is how the material is going. The model is going to be printed. First it will print the brim. Okay, and once we get the brim, this is the brim that we are printing. Then the part is will start printing. This is the first layer that has been printed. Okay, so this part is going to be this part will need 9 hours 3 minutes to get printed, and the total material needed will be 213 gram or 13.41 meter. So these much of material will be needing to print this particular part. Okay, so the next thing is now we already have got the G codes. We have set it. We have done the setting for the process parameter, and we got the G code. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to save the G code. So in order to save the G code, we will save the file, and I am saving the file as a NITJ demo. So I have saved the file as NITJ demo on desktop. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this particular NITJ demo file into the memory card, and once the part has been copied in the memory card will be loaded, and once the part is loaded, then we can transfer the card to the printer, and the printer is going to print the part according to the G code. Okay. So these was about the process parameters of 3D printing and how to set those process parameters in Cura software. Any doubts till now? Anybody have any doubts, or we will proceed further with the print failures? Okay, I have a question for you all. How many of you have got an actual hands-on session for 3D printing, or how many of you have actually handled the 3D printer? Okay, I got one raised hand. Are you all aware with the 3D printing, actual application of 3D printing? Like, have any one of you handled the 3D printers? Okay, I'll assume that no one have handled the 3D printers till now. This was about the Cura software. So let's talk about the print failures. Okay. So the first print failure that we can usually see is under extrusion. Have anyone noticed about this kind of print failures? So whenever the part has been printed, and if we see such kind of structures there, if we see such kind of underfill lines are observed in the printer, then it can be a probable condition of under extrusion. What under extrusion means is like under extrusion means we are not getting a sufficient amount of material being extruded. So that is the meaning of under extrusion. So the main problem can be either the material can be blocked, the nozzle can be blocked, or it can happen that the flow rate is not proper. So if we are getting any such kind of under extrusion problem, so we need to do few correction methods. The first thing is check and clean the nozzle. If the nozzle is blocked, the second thing that we need to do is we need to check whether the extrusion multiplier or the flow rate is proper or not. If the flow rate is not proper, if the flow rate is less, we need to increase the flow rate. And the third thing that we need to check is the filament diameter. If the filament diameter is not consistent, if the filament diameter is variable, in that case also we can see the under extrusion conditions. Okay. Similarly, we can see the over extrusion type of condition. Like when the part is visible like this, we see the printed part like this, then it can be the condition of over extrusion. In over extrusion, we are getting a excessive amount of material being deposited from the nozzle. Okay, so if this is the condition, then it can happen. There are few things which are responsible for over extrusion. Like the first thing can be the nozzle temperature can be too high. If the nozzle temperature is too high, then the material, then the flowability of the material will increase, and the excessive amount of material will start getting excited from the nozzle. Okay, in that case also we are going to get the over extrusion condition. Or the second thing can be if the flow rate is too high, if we increase the flow rate to 110 or 120%, in that case also we can see the over extrusion kind of condition. Or the third thing can be like if the diameter of the material is too high, like 3D printing can be the usual available diameter for 3D printing are 1.75 mm and 2.85 mm. Sometimes if it may happen that the printing diameter is of 1.9 or 2 mm. These usually happens when we are making a customized filament. Like right now we are developing a customized filament. So whenever we manufacture the filament, we do observe some kind of swelling effects. So when the filament exit the extruder nozzle, the filament will get swell, and the nozzle, the die that we have is having a diameter of 1.75 mm, and the material which is been exceeded from the nozzle or the die, it swells to 1.9 or 2 mm diameter. So if the diameter of the filament is also too high, in that case also we are going to see the over extrusion kind of condition. So in order to avoid the over extrusion condition, if the filament diameter is too high, one need to decrease the flow rate or the extrusion multiplier, and they can also try reducing the temperature. Okay, if we do all these things, then over extrusion condition can be avoided. The next thing is gaps or holes on the top layer. If we see the gaps or holes on the top layer, this can be because if we do not have the sufficient amount of top layer or bottom layer settings on the printed part, in that case we can see such kind of condition. Because here what we are doing, we are printing the inside of the material at a very low infill density. Like here we are printing it at an infill density of 30%. So the top layer that we have, and the top layer and the bottom layer will be printed at 100% infill density. So in that case, the material will sag, and we can see such kind of holes or gaps under top layer. So we need to increase the top and bottom layer, number of top and bottom layer, and we need to check if the infill density is too low or not. And we also need to check the under extrusion conditions. If we cross check all these conditions, then we can avoid this kind of situations. Okay. The next thing is the next problem is oozing or stringing. Oozing or stringing is like we are going to see such kind of threads on the printed parts. Okay, such kind of thread can be visible when the nozzle travel from a print zone to no print zone to print zone. Like suppose if this is my first layer, so what I'm doing, my nozzle will start depositing the material from this end to this end. At this end, the material will be stopped depositing, and this will be the no print zone or no print area where the nozzle will travel. From this particular point, the nozzle will again start depositing the material up to this point. Okay, at this point, the nozzle will stop depositing the material. So from in the no print zone, when the nozzle travels at a very high speed, then we can see such kind of oozing or stringing thing. So if we want to avoid this oozing and stringing, we need to increase the retraction distance. We need to increase the retraction speed. Retraction distance and retraction speed is like we need to pull back the material. So the amount, the length by which the material has been pulled back within the nozzle is the retraction distance, and the speed at which the filament is been pulled back is known as a retraction speed. So we need to optimize these two things. And if the nozzle temperature is too high, then the material will freely flow from the nozzle. In that case, also we can see such kind of oozing operation. Or if we have a too much long distance for the open side, or if I am depositing the material at this end, and again I'm depositing the next material at this end, and this particular length is of no print zone. If such kind of long movement are there, in that case also we can see such kind of oozing or stringing option. So if you want to avoid the oozing and stringing, one need to optimize the retraction speed, retraction distance, and check the nozzle temperature. And one thing that is not been mentioned here is the travel speed. Even if the travel speed is too high, then also we can see such kind of oozing or stringing thing. So we also need to check the travel speed. We need to decrease the travel speed to avoid the oozing and stringing things. The next problem is of overheat. So whenever we see such kind of structure on the very tiny parts of the 3D printed object, like tiny parts is like if we talk about this particular base area of this pyramid, in the base we have a larger area, in the apex we have a smaller area. So the base, in the base, the material is having a sufficient time to get cooled. Like if I talk about a nozzle movement, and the material will start depositing from this particular point. It will go like this. The contour will go like this. First point, first stop, second stop, third stop, and then it will again come back to the first point. So till the time the nozzle come back to the first point, the material will get a sufficient time to get cooled. Okay. So, but if we talk about the apex part, here in the apex, the material won't have a sufficient time to get cooled. So in that case, we are going to observe such kind of conditions. If such kind of condition is there, so we need to increase the cooling. We need to check if we are printing it at a very high temperature. We need to check if you're printing it at a very high speed, and one also need to check if they are trying to print multiple amount of parts like this. Like if I'm printing multiple amount of pyramids on the same bed, like I'm printing 10 of pyramids on the same bed, then also I can observe such kind of conditions. So if this condition is observed, then we need to we need to optimize this particular parameters. Okay. The next thing is layer shifting. Layer shifting. So if we get a layer shifting or misalignment, so in that case, this can be option if the tool head is moving at a very high speed. In that case, also this thing can be happens. Or if we have any kind of mechanical or electrical issues, in that case also the layer shifting or misalignment can be happened. So if we observe such kind of conditions, so one need to check is whether the belt is too tight. One need to check the X direction belt or Y direction belt, if the belt is too tight or if the belt is too loosened. So one need to tighten the belt properly, and one need to check if we are getting any kind of electrical impulses or not, like imbalance impulses. Like suppose there is a fluctuation in the light, so due to fluctuation also such kind of condition can happen. So one need to give a proper kind of current to the printer, regulated current to the printer, and one need to check the belt tensions are proper or not. The next thing is layer separation or splitting. So this thing usually happens when we're printing a very large parts and when the environmental temperature is not controlled. Whenever we are printing a large part, in that case, what can happen? Like the base will start cooling down, and the top will be heated one, because here we are extruding the material from the nozzle. So the temperature on the higher end will be high as compared to the temperature on the lower end. So the material will start pulling towards the upper end as compared to the lower end. So in that case, we can see the layer separation or the splitting type of splitting problems. If you want to avoid the layer separation or the splitting problem, one need to control the environmental temperature, and one need to optimize the print temperature as well. So these are the main problems for the layer separations. Okay, and the next problem that we can see here is the filament grinding. If we see the filament grinding kind of problem, then it can be happen like if the nozzle is blocked and the material is unable to come out from the nozzle. In that case, the roller will grind the material within the extruder assembly, and we can see the filament grinding problem. If we see the filament grinding option, one need to check the retraction setting. One need to increase the extruder temperature, and one need to check whether the printing is too fast or not, and one also need to check if the material is clogged or not. Okay, so if we cross check all these things, then we can avoid the filament grinding problem. The next problem is the nozzle clogged. If we see the clogged nozzle, then what we need to do, we need to manually push the filament. We need to heat the nozzle first to a print temperature. Like if the material inside the nozzle is of ABS material, then we need to heat the extruder up to 240 degree or 250 degree. If the material is PLA, we need to heat at a temperature of 230 degree. And once the printer is heated, one need to wait, one has to wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Then they need to manually push the material. So the whatever the clog is there in the nozzle, it will forcefully come out from the nozzle. Even if the nozzle is not cleaned, in that case one have to open the nozzle and clean the nozzle from the external side. Okay, so these are the basic problems. These are some of the basic problems that we usually get while printing, and these are some of the other problems that we get. So the next problem is the curling or rough corners. If you're getting such kind of curling or rough corner, it is it happened if we are printing it at a very high temperature, or the print temperature is not optimized. So we need to increase the cooling fan settings to get the corners get printed properly. Okay. If we see such kind of scars on the top surface, this is because we are extruding too much of material from the nozzle, and the nozzle will drag the material, and these are the actually linings of the nozzle. So one need to check if you're getting such kind of problem, one need to check the bed level, if the bed level is proper or not, and if the flow rate is also optimized or not. Even if we are getting a higher flow rate, then also we can observe such kind of condition. Okay, and the last problem is gaps. If we see such kind of gap in the 3D in the printed part, this is because this kind of problem can be observed when the width of the part is too thin. Like when we are printing the part, we are printing it with a nozzle of 0.4 mm. In that case, what can happen? Suppose this is my nozzle of 0.4 mm. So whatever the contour that has been printed, or the line that will be printed, it will have a width of 0.4 mm. Correct? So this is my first width of 0.4 mm, and this is my another width of 0.4 mm. Okay. So now I have a small gap here, and this small gap is not a multiplier of 0.4 mm. It is less than 0.4 mm. So in that case, the algorithm will skip printing this particular part. Okay, because what it show, what the algorithm that has been written for G code, there it is mentioned as the system or the software will print the part when the thickness or the gap will be more than the nozzle diameter. Okay, here the nozzle diameter is 0.4 and the gap is less than 0.4 mm. So it will skip filling up this material. So in order to avoid this particular gap problem in the thin walls, one need to improve the wall thickness. So the minimum wall thickness or the recommended wall thickness for FDM part is 1.2 mm or 1.5 mm. Minimum 1.2 mm should be there in order to get your part printed. And if you want to print with a sufficient strength for the part, then the thickness should be of 1.5 mm. Okay. So these are all the problems of the FDM parts. So let's talk about the next thing, that is a DLP part. So are you do you have any problem with the FDM parameters till now, or any doubts? Any doubts for the?
No, sir. No, I can proceed.
Okay. So till now you don't have any doubts for the problems that we face while FDM printing? No. So next thing what we are going to do is we are again going to check all these parameters. Like now I'll try to show you few of these problems on the software if it allows us. Okay. So what we will do, I'll again open another software, that is a flash print. Okay. In the flash print, I'll go to the file example, and I'll have a block of 20 by 20 mm. Okay, so what I'll try to do is I'll do the rescaling. Okay, in the X direction we are going to have a thickness of 0.2 mm. Okay, now I'll try to generate the G code. So in order to generate the G code, I'll go to the print setting. In the print setting, we need to set all the process parameters. Okay, So this is the intro.
ನೀನು ಇದು ಸೈಜ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ ಸಂತೋಷ್ಗೆ.
Hello.
ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ನಂಬರ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವು.
So here what we are going to do is we are going to again reset all the parameters here. So I want to print at a layer height of 0.1 mm. Okay. And the first layer height should be of 0.2 mm.
Okay.
My print speed should be 60 mm per second. My travel speed should be 70 mm per second. And my print temperature is of 240 degree. And I want to print the material is ABS. Here we can see the material as ABS material. So I want to print at a platform temperature of 90 degree. And the next thing is that what I'll do, I'll go to the infill. In the infill, we can see here as a infill density. Okay. So what I need to do, I need to change the infill density. So I'm changing the infill density to 100%. I'll go to the raft. Whether I want to I want the raft or not. Okay. I'll go to the cooling. I have started the cooling as always on. Okay. Now I'm going to part. I'm going to generate the G code.
ಅगर ನಂಬರ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ, ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಿಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಅಷ್ಟು. ನಾಳೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತೀರ. ಸರಿ, ವೈಫೈ ಸರಿ ಹೋಯ್ತಂದ್ರೆ.
Dr. Naren, can you please mute Mr. Chiranjeevi sir?
ಒಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನೀನು ಕೆಲಸ ಇವಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್?
Hello. Hello. Okay, so what we are going to do is here we are going to print the part. So I'm doing the print. Okay, I am trying to generate the G code. So here we can see the problem. We see here as a pop-up window, and it is showing the thickness of the top and bottom layer is too thin, and the print wall is 0.4 or 0.3 mm, 0.3 or 0.4 mm. Do you still want to slice? Okay, so since I have I made the slice, I have made the thickness of the part is 0.2 mm, which is less than the nozzle diameter. So it is showing me that particular pop-up. So I'll avoid this pop-up and I'll generate the G code. Okay, here we can see the generated G code. Okay, so the software have generated the G code, but when we transfer this code to the 3D printer, the printer is not going to print the part because the material is too thin to get the part printed. Okay, so next thing that we can do here, we again do the same exercise. In this I'll go to example and I'll try to insert a Hilbert cube. Okay, like suppose this is the part that I want to print. Okay, now I want to print the particular part in two half. I need to cut this particular part. So what I'll do, I'll go to the cut, I'll select the part and I'll select the plane. I want to cut this particular part exactly on this exactly from the center by X plane. Okay, I have cutted the part in two half. Now we got the two separate STL files. Okay, now what I need to do, this particular printer have dual nozzle. I want to print this left one from the left nozzle and the right one with the right nozzle. So what I'll do, I'll select the left one, I'll select the extruder tab and I'll select the left extruder. Okay, whenever we see the green part here in this flash print software, it means the green part will be printed with the left nozzle and the white part will be printed with the right nozzle. Okay, now here we are going to need the supports. Okay, this is the overhanging feature, so we are going to need the supports. So how we are going to generate the supports? So in order to generate the support, what we are going to do is we are going to select the support tab. Okay, we will go to the support options, and here in the support option we see two type of supports are there. One is the linear and one is the tree type. Okay, and one has to remember that here we are not using any other support material. Okay, so whatever the support will be there, it will be the breakaway support. Support are of usually two types. One is breakaway support, and the next one is a dissolvable support. If you're using any kind of dissolvable material for the support, then it is known as a dissolvable support. If you're using the same material as a support material, like here we are printing it with the ABS material, and if you're using the ABS as the support material itself, then it will be known as a breakaway support. So in order to generate the support, we have two options. One is linear, one is the tree type. So first of all, we are going to generate with the linear type of support. So what we are going to do, here we have shown as an overhang threshold of 55 degree. So whatever which is less than 55, whichever geometry which is less than 55 degree will be the support will be generated for that, and the pillar size for the support is 1.5 mm. So the gap between two support will be 1.5 mm, or the gap between two lines will be 1.5 mm. Okay, so I have selected these two things. Now what I'll do, I'll go to the auto support option. So from the auto support option, we can see here the support has been generated. Okay, now suppose I don't want the support to be printed on this particular section. So what I can do in that case? So I can select the delete tab, okay, and I can delete this manual supports. So likewise, we can also optimize the support. Like if I only want the support only on the corners, or if I don't want the intermediate supports, that can also be done. So we can optimize the support here. Okay. So once the support is optimized, the next thing is we are going to print the part. Okay, so I'll click on the print. I'll from general, I'll again check all the parameters here. Now I want to print the part at a layer height of 0.3 mm. Infill should be of 20% with hexagon. And here we can also see one more parameter as a overlap parameters. Okay, overlap parameter, what it do? Whenever two successive widths are printed, it will be overlap by 15%. I'll show you this thing. Okay, so in the support, I need to check, I need to enable or disable the support. Here we have generated the support, and from the support tab we can enable or disable the support. Even if I disable the support from here, and even if I have generated the support, I'm not going to get the support in the print file on the G codes. Okay, here we can observe we are not getting the supports. So what I need to do is I need to enable support, and from enabling the support, it is also asking me to select the extruder, whether I want to print the support from the left extruder or I want to print the support from the right extruder. So like if I want to print the support with the left nozzle, so I have selected the left extruder here, save configuration, and the next thing is raft. Okay, first we will discuss only about this thing, then we will discuss about raft. So now next problem is next thing is what we need to do. We are going to click on OK, and we are going to save the part. So this is the part that has been printed, and here we can see the white one. In the white one, we can see the green one is the support, and in the option we have chosen the support has to be printed with the left nozzle, and the left nozzle is denoted by the green color. So we can clearly see here the support has been printed with the green color or the left nozzle, and this is the part has been printed. Okay. And the problem of the gap that I was trying to show you, we can see here. These are the problem of the gap, and if you want to avoid this particular problem, then this has to be the multiplier of 0.4 mm. So this is the part that we are trying to print. Okay. Now the next problem is how to ensure if the part has been has a proper bed adhesion or not. What we need to do, suppose if For example, now what I'm doing is I'm deleting the support. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll try to print this part, but if I see from the bottom side, we can see here the blue lines. Okay. What this blue line means, this particular plane or this particular face is on the platform. Okay. So what now I'll try to do, I'll move the part away from the platform by height of 2 mm. Okay. Now whatever the part has been printed, it will be printed away from the platform at a height of 2 mm. Okay. Now we will again generate the support and again make the G code. Okay. So this is the first layer. In the first layer, we can see the support has been printed. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. From the seventh layer, from the eighth layer, we can see the first layer has been printed, or the first layer of the part has been printed on the ninth layer, or from the eighth layer. Okay. So, but here, what is the main problem? If we talk about the first layer, we can see here only the support. How we can ensure the support is having a good adhesion with the bed? What if the support is not having a good adhesion with the bed, and after printing few layers, the support left the bed and the part have left its position? In that case, what we need to do? We need to increase the bed adhesion. We need to make sure that the part is perfectly stick to the bed. So in order to get to achieve that thing, we need to do is we need to enable the raft. The raft is like is an additional layer that has been printed on the beneath the first layer. Okay, it is like we are going to get a additional kind of layer. Like for example, suppose this is the addition. Suppose this is the additional first layer that I'm printing here. So this will act as a raft, and it will act as a support material for this supports, or it will act as a best adhesion technique for this support. Okay, so we need to get this raft printed. So in order to get the raft printed, what we will do, we will again we have made this geometry. So we will go to the print tab. In the print tab, we will go to the raft. We will select the raft ribbon here. In the raft, we can select the enable raft option. Okay, and we can select the raft margin as 1 mm, 2 mm, or 5 mm. Okay, like I want to print it at a raft margin of 2 mm, and I'll do OK. Now here we can see an additional layer has been printed. Now let's again check the first few layers. This is the first layer of raft, second layer of raft, third layer of raft, fourth layer of raft, and the fifth layer of the base part. Okay, so here we are going to get the raft. If we enabled the raft, we ensures that the part has been printed at the part will have a good bed adhesion. Okay, so for that the raft is there. Now we will check some other problem like here we again generated the support, and now we want to avoid the warpage option. Warpage is like okay, this is a condition of warpage. So here when we get such kind of warpage condition, it is like the first part will warp, or the first layer is going to be warped. So if you want to avoid the warpage condition, we need to increase the brim. We need to add the brim. So what brim will do? So for enabling the brim, we will go to the addition tab, and I'll enable the brim from here. Okay, yes or no? Now I have again saved the part. Oops, sorry. So in order to see the brim, we need to disable the raft. Okay. Here the brim is like here we are printing an additional layers, or we are offsetting the outside layer of the part that has been printed, or the first layer. So if even if the warpage will start, so warp will start from this particular end, and only this much section will be warped. So the part or the base part will be saved from the warpage. So if you want to avoid the warpage condition, we need to enable the brim. So once the brim is enabled, we can avoid the warpage condition as well.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, अभी 10-15 मिनट पहले आपकी कॉल आई थी regarding property. Ma'am,
the next thing is like we need to improve.
जी. मैम इसकी लोकेशन कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स वगैरह कुछ आप भेज सकते हो?
Can you please
जी मैम.
Can you please mute your mic, sir?
जी. और मैम जो भी कोई ऑफर चले हैं उसकी डिटेल भी साथ में भेज देना.
Now here we are linear. Now we are going to observe the support as tree type support. So in the tree type support, we can see the post diameter, the base diameter, and the base height. Okay, base diameter is the diameter of the base, and post diameter is the diameter of the tip.
मैडम बोल रही थी.
Okay.
So
I have selected OK. Now I'll do the auto support.
ये कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी देखते हैं सारी अंदर इंटरकनेक्टेड ही हैं, एक गया फिर दूसरे को.
So here we can see this is the tree type of support.
और मैं बता रहा हूँ जो सर्विस करने वाले हैं जो एक्वा फ्रेश, पहले तो एक दो होते थे, पता नहीं कितने सारे हैं, और वो मेरे को एक कंपनी दूसरे तीसरे दिन कौन करती रहती है कि भाई मेंटेनेंस का सर्विस करा ले.
कपिल सर, कैन यू प्लीज म्यूट योर माइक?
ਆਪਾਂ ਬੋਲੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਨਾ, ਮੇਰਾ ਮਿਊਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ.
कपिल सर,
भैया
ਕਿਹੜਾ ਏਰੀਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਸਨੀ ਕਲੀਅਰ?
कपिल सर, कैन यू प्लीज म्यूट योर माइक? Here we can see here we have generated the tree type support. So this is a tree type support. Now we also have the same option here, like we can delete the support or we can add the support if you want to add any kind of support. Like I'm adding the support here. One need to have a good area to add the support. Okay. Now I am adding the support. Okay, likewise I have added the support manually. So one can manually add or delete the support as well. So likewise we can optimize the tree type support, and once the support has been optimized, then we are going to follow the same kind of principle. Okay, so we need to set all the process parameters, and once the process parameter is set, then we need to get the G code. Okay, now this is, I'm saving a G code again as NITJ demo. I have saved the G code as NITJ demo. Now I'll transfer this G code to the machine, and the machine will print the part according to the G code. Okay. If I see on the right hand side, it is showing me the estimated time. The print time will be 1 hour 31 minutes, and the estimated right material will be 1.85 meter, and the estimated left material will be 3.17 meter. If we talk about the weight estimation, it is showing the right one will need 4.62 grams of material, and the left one is going to need 7.93 grams of material. Okay, so these was all about the FDM process techniques. Like we still have 10-15 minutes left, so I'll try to show you the DLP process parameters as well. Okay, so for DLP printers, different printers have different softwares. but each and every software, the functionality of each and every software will be the same. Like I have a FlashForge Hunter DLP printer with me, so that works with the DLP software of Flash DLP. Okay, so this is the part that we are printing right now at my office. Okay, so that's a forceps. That's ophthalmic forceps that we're developing for an ophthalmic surgeon. So suppose I want to get this part rendered. So what I need to do, I need to select a proper orientation. Okay, orientation is one of the most important factor whenever we are printing any particular part. If the orientation leads to print quality, strength, as well as strength. Okay, if we are having a proper kind of orientation, a poor kind of orientation, then it may happen that the part is not going to have a good strength, as well as the part will not have a good kind of surface quality. So I am going to print this particular model in this orientation. So before that, what I'll do, I'll save this part as STL as a demo on my desktop. Okay, now I'm deleting the part. So we are again going to load the part. So for loading the part, I'll click on the load, I'll click on the desktop, and I'll click on this particular file. Okay, so this is the file that we got. This is the STL that we got for the printing. So next thing is we need to select a proper orientation. So in order to select orientation, I'll go to the rotate, and from the rotate part I'll select the best orientation. Like I can rotate about X. I can rotate about X by 90 degree. I can rotate about Y by 90 degree, or I can rotate about Z by 90 degree. Okay. Now suppose I want to print this particular part at this particular orientation. Surface to platform. I want to print this particular part in this orientation. This is the best orientation one can have to print this kind of structure, because here in this orientation we are not going to need any kind of support type, but the main problem is like the print time is going to be increased. If we talk about the FDM kind of printer, the FDM printer usually in FDM printer also the print time depends on the layer height, and in DLP the print time is 100% depend on the layer height. It only depends on the layer height. Okay, like suppose I want to print this forceps in this orientation. So what I'll do, I have selected this orientation. I'll go to the print tab. In the print tab, I'll select the layer height as 0.05 mm, and from the material type, I need to choose the material. Like these are some pre-fitted materials from some third party manufacturers. Okay, and now I am printing with a new material, which is a custom material, which is not enlisted here. So I'll select a custom material. Now I need to choose the exposure time. Are you aware with the in DLP kind of printer, it works on the UV exposure time. Here what we do, we choose a photopolymeric resin as a print material, and from the bottom there is a projector, and the projector will project the UV lights over here, and according to the UV light the material will be polymerized, and the material will get solidified, and we are going to get the printed parts. Okay, so here for DLP, the process parameter, the only process parameter for DLP is the exposure time. Okay, one need to choose the proper exposure time. Like what should be the exposure time for one layer when the one layer has been printed, for what time the UV light has to be switched on, and the attached time is the print time for printing the first layer. Like the first layer has been printed on the bed. So in order to get the part attached to the bed, the first layer will have a higher exposure time, and gradually we can reduce the subsequently we can reduce the print exposure time. Okay, so here the material that I'm using, it is having the base print time of 1.8 seconds, and it should have an attached time of, let's say, 15 seconds. And I'm using I'm using the printer with 100% intensity. I'm using the projector with 100% intensity. From here, I can also control the light intensity as well. Okay. So the same thing, whether I want the raft or not, in order to get the proper kind of adhesion for the first layer, like we have discussed in the FDM types. Okay. This X adjustment and Y adjustment, we don't need to change these parameters. And from infill, we can change the infill pattern. Okay. So now I have set it this particular parameters. I'll click OK, and I'll generate the code. So this is the code that we have generated. Now I have a question for you. Suppose as we can see here, we are printing this one forceps, and we are going to need 7 hours 16 minutes to print one forceps. Okay, and the total material will be 2.35 ml. Now just let me know, what if I increase the number of forceps here? Will my print time increase or decrease, or will be the same? Now I am printing, let's say 5. Let's say I am printing 2 forceps or 3 forceps. So will my print time same, or it will increase?
Will be same.
It will be same. Okay. Now this is the FDM technique. Now again we are going to see the same demo here. Here also we are going to print the 3 parts. Okay, but first let's generate a code for one particular file. It is showing as a print time of 38 minutes. Okay. Now just let me know here also, if I'm printing 3 parts, so will the print time the print time will be same as 38 minutes, or it is going to be increased?
The same.
It will be same. Okay, so we are again going to again generate the G codes. The print time has increased to 1 hour 26 minutes. So it is almost all 3 times of what the one part has been printed. So what will be the condition here in DLP? Will it be same, or it is going to be increased? Like for one, we need a print time of almost all approximately 7 hours. So if you want to print 3 parts, so am I going to need 7 hours, or am I going to need 21 hours? Yes, speak up. Will it be same or not? Either say yes or no. Okay, so let's generate the code here. The print time is same. Okay, so the main beauty of DLP is like if we compare the print time for one forceps in FDM and DLP, okay, one forceps needs almost all 38 minutes to get printed in FDM, whereas it is taking 7 hours 16 minutes to get printed on the DLP. But the main beauty for DLP is like in DLP we are going to get a good amount of details. Here we are printing it at a layer height of 0.05 mm or 50 microns, and there we are printing, and in FDM we are printing it with a layer height of 300 microns or 0.3 mm. Okay, so we can see the amount of, we can observe the amount of detail that we're going to observe in DLP. And the main beauty of DLP is like whenever the one layer is been printed, so this is the total amount of exposed area that the projector will get. So it is like just hold on. Okay. So if we talk about the first layer, this is the first layer that we are getting. So this much is the exposure area that the projector is getting. So it is up to us whether we want to expose, whether we want to highlight only this particular area at one particular time, or we want to highlight multiple areas. So even if we added n number of parts on the bed of and all are of same height, then the print time is going to be same for total number, for the n number of parts that are been adjusted in the bed. Like here, even if I increase the number of parts from 3 to, let's say, n number of parts, okay, then also the print time is going to be same. But in FDM, okay, then also we can see the print time is same as 7 or 60 minutes. But in FDM, whenever we increase the number of parts, the total print time is going to be increased. Okay, so this was all about the DLP software. Anybody have any doubts till now?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's all for today's session. I hope you all have understand about the basic parameters of 3D printing and how to optimize, or where to find those parameters on the softwares, and how to generate the G codes. Okay, if you have any doubt, my number is shown on the screen. You can save the contact details and you can contact me anytime. So that's all for today's session. Your next session, I just got a message from Dr. Narendra that he is busy in some kind of meeting. So he asked me to conclude the session, and your next session will be start at around 2 p.m. So if you have any doubt, the session is open for discussion. Okay, so I thank you all for patiently listening to me. I would take a permission from you all to leave. So Amit, if you want to learn about 3D printing in detail, so right now there is no kind of certification courses which has been done anywhere. So you can explore the 3D printing on internet. Like one site is there which is known as a 3D hubs. Okay, I have mentioned the site name here. So you can go, you can visit the 3D hub site. There you can see there are lot many tutorials and lot many blogs are been written about 3D printing, and they have also launched one handbook last year, and that handbook have all the ifs and buts that are been covered about 3D printing. Like they have also mentioned all the problems that one can face while doing the 3D printing things. 3D printing is like many people have a myth, like if you it is very easy, it is very comfortable to do a part, get a part printed, but it's not like that. One has to have a good knowledge if they want to get any particular part getting printed. One should know about the process parameter if they want to optimize the print quality. I'll ask Dr. Narendra if he can share the slides with the participant. I'll share the slides with him. Yeah, Mr. Chiranjeevi, I'll share the slides with Dr. Narendra, and I'll ask him to share the slides with you all. Okay, with this, I would take a permission to leave the session. Okay, thank you all. If you have any problem, any doubt, so that's my number. I'm leaving my number in the chat box as well. And my email ID is so you can contact me or you can drop me a mail with your queries. So thank you all. So, your next session will be started at around 2 p.m. Okay. So I am leaving now.
Thank you, sir.
और देखने आती है क्या हुआ जी एटीएम गिरा है हाँ
अभी हटा दिया, मैं कर लूँ, कोई टेंशन मत ले, उसको है हिल जाना, बैठा रहा हूँ।
लॉक करके
लॉक करके जाऊंगा। तू चल दिया क्या?
नहीं आता हूँ सर, और चाबी मसूद सर के साथ पास में है।
हाँ, मसूद के पास में है।
ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
ठीक है, कहाँ जाएगा? खाने जा रहा है?
हाँ, यही कहती है।
वहां से फिर मैच में जाएगा? है
अरे कानून थोड़ी है।
ठीक है, चल मैं आता हूँ थोड़ी देर में। Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon,
yeah.
Master.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, we are just looking for more participant to join.
Sure,
So in couple of minutes we will begin our session. Yeah, I
Okay.
will let you know. Yeah, in couple of minutes. Thank you. Yeah, so dear participants, I welcome you in this particular post-lunch expert talk in this AICTE Atal Academy sponsored faculty development program. And the expert for this particular talk, Ms. Paulomi Mukherjee, has already joined us for this session. And before requesting her to start her talk, I would like to share some brief about her. Ms. Paulomi Mukherjee has taken art of living workshops in more than 100 universities, institutes around the country, globe. Her work witnessed at IISc Bangalore, IIM Kolkata, Northeastern, especially Assam, Manipur, Nagaland, delivering special sessions for state government heads, graduates, local security forces, and even insurgent groups. She has been a management graduate, ex-banker, one of the most experienced faculty with art of living since last 19 to 20 years. Presently, she is the director programs for Punjab, mentoring around 700 instructors of art of living. She is also empowering thousands of youth to bring societal reformism. After the services for the LG Electronics, HDFC Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland, Larsen and Toubro, and Mahindra Swaraj. She is now on board with the Ministry of Technical Education for Punjab and Himachal Pradesh to conceptualize and deliver effective solutions to youth-related subjects ranging from drug addiction, blossoms of human values, promoting talent and creativity, etc. So there is much more to share with you all about Ms. Paulomi Mukherjee, but because of time constraint, I would like to stop over here and express my welcome and request to Ms. Paulomi Mukherjee to please share your talk. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, sir. So one request to everyone, if everyone can please switch on your videos, because this is not going to just be a lecture session.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it will be a very practical, experiential session. Yeah, so the more we can see you and keep it interactive, that will be nice. So may I please request all the participants to switch on their videos, please.
Dear participant, you are requested please to open up your videos, your cameras. Yeah.
Doesn't matter wherever you are, whatever you are doing, we will understand. Just put your videos on. Yeah. So even if you're on your desk or at your home working, it is okay. Because it's very difficult to deliver a interactive session without seeing anybody's face. I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely right, ma'am. Participant, you are requested or advised to please open up the cameras, videos on. Okay, so the session can be more interactive, more meaningful, more learningful. Okay, so and also we are going to have our valedictory after just after this talk. So the owning the cameras and videos is like compulsory. Okay, so please do that.
Okay, so I will start nevertheless. It is okay. So welcome all the participants to this session. And the topic for today's session is, it's a talk on mental and emotional development, stress management and meditation. So quite a bit of a talk it is going to be. But I will talk less and we will have more experiences. The only thing is that if you don't open your videos, I will not be able to see whether you're doing. We are going to be making, we'll make you do some processes today. But that will only be possible for only if you open your videos. Because it's not advisable to make you do processes without seeing what you're doing. Whether you're doing it in the right manner. That is of importance. Okay. Great, Dr. Dipti ji, Dr. Narendra Kumar ji, thank you for organizing the session. Arpit Kumar ji, Tirumavalavan ji, thank you for switching on your videos. Sagar Namdev ji, Kartik Pandit ji, S. Vaibhav, Sarvana ji, Vinod ji Chauhan, and Mahesh Naik ji, Parvati Unni Krishnan ji, Dr. J. Bakani, very nice, Kartikeya ji, Sachin Nagure ji, Sumit Vadewale ji. Okay, wonderful. So let's begin. So at least can you at least, if I'm asking you a question or we are doing an interaction, can you at least in the chat box, can you at least give me answers or ask questions? That will be very helpful. Thank you. Okay, so today's, thank you so much. So in today's session, this session is of prime importance. You know why? Because I'm sure, thank you so much. Thank you for the answers. So we are doing this session at a time which is unprecedented, isn't it? We have never ever gone through this. Can I request the host to please unmute the sounds?
Yeah. I'm doing it. Yeah.
You know, so we are going through a time which I don't think our earlier generation, just the previous generation, has seen, or even we have ever seen. Neither have our next generation seen. So this pandemic time, this time is very unprecedented. And while a lot of people are talking about its negative impact, I would also like to bring to light the good things that it has also made us do. Yeah, I'm sure you will all agree. One is that the nature has restored itself quite a bit. The depleted ozone layer, the oceans, the river, the flora, the fauna, quite a bit of the forests have been restored. Yes, and not only that, personally speaking, I think our family, we have got to spend more time with our family, which we were not because we were so busy running, God knows for what. Now we are at family. Maybe we have learned how to make new recipes. Yeah. Maybe we have started doing a little exercises and some walking, running. We have become more conscious about our health. Now we can take care of our children. So many good things have also happened. Yeah. Having said that, I would also like to bring, to light the fact that yes, it is a very uncertain time that we are going through. Isn't it? We really don't know. So can you please write in the top box, what are the top 3 worries or the top 3 uncertainties that you feel that you're going through right now, or you have gone through, or maybe you will be going through? Yeah. What are the top 3 concerns of this time in your personal life, profession, anything? Can you please write in the chat box and tell me? Job security. Okay, that's very true. Amit Khadeji, very true. What else? Yeah, insecure job, safety of family, very true. Proper education, very true, very true, very true. Arun Kumar ji, very nice. What else? What else? Ankit Gupta says safety of family. Very true. You have all right. You have bang on said the right things. So the top 3 worry is our children, their future, their education. Second is our finances, in which job and everything will come. Financially become felt difficulties. Very true. Not only you, situation. So, in such a situation, what do you think needs to be saved? What do you think needs to be saved? Please write. What do you think needs to be taken? Anybody? In such a time, what do you think should be taken care of? Nobody? Positivity, absolutely, absolutely, Ankit ji. Yes, positivity. Karthikeyan ji said, people who help at right times. Yes, taking care of people who help in the right times. I would rather say, like Ankit ji rightly pointed out, we have to take care both our mental health as well as our physical health. Yeah. So optimism, positivity, where does it come? It comes in the mind, right? It is a part of the mental health, right? Okay. So now let's come and let's see that what again, all these problems that you told me, this worry, this tension about the future. Oh my God, I don't know whether I will get COVID. Because I was just asking someone how are you? So that person told me, I'm very happy to be alive. I have seen people, they've just got one small fever and then I never saw them again. Yeah. But I have also seen these are the people who are anyway mentally stressed and have some kind of a physical ailment from beforehand. So this is our now responsibility to take care of both our mental, emotional and physical health. If these 3 things are taken care of, then we can deal with any kind of difficult situation that is coming to us, whether finances, whether future career of our children, everything. So it is said, it's a very beautiful, there is a very beautiful saying. You can note it down. It is this is a line which is always said by the founder of Art of Living, Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji. He says, a strong mind can carry a weak body. A strong mind can carry a weak body, but a weak mind cannot carry a strong body. So no matter how much you must be going to the gym, making your muscles, having protein shakes, if the mind is not, if we don't know how to fortify our mind against all the negative thoughts, emotions that are coming, then however good food we eat, however, how much ever gymming we do, whatever we do, it will not help. Again, I'm repeating, a strong mind can carry a weak body, but a weak mind cannot carry a strong body. So today's session is all about strengthening your mind. Yes, are you all ready? At least let me see a yes in the chat box. If not, you can even unmute yourself and say yes. At least that you can say. You don't have to switch on your cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I feel confident. Otherwise, I will feel that you all are not listening and maybe I'm too boring. I hope I'm not boring you. Yeah. You can't be bored because this is a very, very important topic that has been taken up by your institution, and I congratulate them. Because today we are going to carry back with us 3 different techniques, 3 processes that is at least going to give you a lot of relief as far as your physical, mental and emotional health is concerned. Yeah. So are you all ready? Fine. So now let me ask you a question. What is stress? What is stress? Can anybody give me an answer? Whatever you feel, like there is no right answer, there is no wrong answer. Yeah. So whatever you feel, can you tell me what is stress? According to you, what is stress? It is a very fashionable word these days, no? Even little children are saying, Mummy, Papa, I'm so stressed. Yeah? What is stress? Effort taken by our mind against tension. Very beautiful, Ankit ji. Amit ji says overthinking. Perfect. What else? Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Headache. You're right. The situation in which we feel to face the task. Very true. Thirumavalanji. Very true. Absolutely. So you can see over-worrying. Very right. Very right. Sachinji also says going out of the mind. Yeah. Your mind is going haywire. That is stress. You know, it is inability to meet our expectation. Beautiful, Karthikeyanji. Very well said. So, very beautiful. You know, it is said that today, stress is the most, it can give competition to God. Why? Because like God, stress is everywhere. It is omnipresent, isn't it? Even little children, you ask them, how are you? Oh, बहुत tension hai, mummy, daddy, I'm very tensed, I'm very stressed. Even small children are so stressed today. They have somewhere their childhood has also gone. These online classes, these times of uncertainty, right. So there's a very beautiful definition of stress. There are two definitions that I will give you. One definition is too much to do in life, lots to do, but too little time and too little energy. Yes, so that is one definition. The second definition is, okay, can you see the wall behind me? Can you anybody tell me what is the color of this wall? Can you write down in the chat box or just unmute and tell me what is the color of the wall behind me? Yeah? Pink, light pink. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is light pink. Okay. But now, if I put red glasses on your eyes, okay, and then I ask you what is the color, what will you say? What will you say? If I put red glasses on your eyes and then I ask you what is the color of the, yeah? Somebody just write. The original color is light pink, but if I put red glasses, what will you see? Red, right. So the nice, beautiful light pink color will appear red or rose pink, deep rose pink. Correct. Arjunji, yeah. Arunji, sorry. Varsha, thank you. Yeah. But in reality, what is the color? It is light pink. So may I say that stress is nothing but the degree of difference between reality and perception. I will repeat. Stress is nothing but the degree of difference between reality and perception. I will give you a small relevant example. For example, in your office, or maybe in your relation, in your relatives or friends, whoever, one day you meet that person and for no reason the person insults you, says some bad hurting words, and you are very sad that what happened? He was perfectly fine. Today what happened to him? Oh, this man. Then we start feeling bad and we worry and we also want to give back and we go into the revenge mode and we complain and we blame and say this man is so bad. This woman, she has no, behavior, such a bad attitude. this happens, okay? But in reality, it could be that that particular day, that person who was being rude to you, he or she himself may have gone through a very bad time. Some breakup in a relationship, some divorce, you know, some ailment of their parents or children, or some financial problem, some debt he has gone into, God knows. Understood? So what happens? But I perceive that person because he is giving me stress. I have taken that stress, and with that stressful mind, I am coming to a conclusion that man or that woman is bad person, right? Now reality is what? That the person must be very nice, but because of, so often this is happening to us. What we think is reality and what we perceive it to be is different, and this is one of the main causes of stress, isn't it? Another example. Okay, so now let's see, are you all ready to go a little deep in your life today? Yes, no? Yeah, you want to see your life from a little more deeper perspective? Yes? Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the encouragement, Sagar ji and Ankit ji. So a lot of people think that we live our life using this body and the mind and the breath. But do you know, there are 7 dimensions, there are 7 different levels through which we exist. There are 7 levels of existence. Would you like to know? Okay. The first one through which we exist and express ourselves is our body. Right? Without the body, we can't live. Yeah? Otherwise, we will be dead. We will not be able to live. Right? Okay. Now, there is a second level called the breath. It is the breath which keeps the body alive. But unfortunately, it is the most important part of our life, because if somebody takes the breath out of my body, you will not even call me Polumi. You will call me, look, there is the dead body. You will forget my name, that my name is Polumi. You will call me as the body. So without the breath, we are nothing. Yet, we neglect our breath so much. Thank God it is involuntary. Thank God that, you know, we have not been assigned to breathe consciously. Thank God that God has made it automatic inside us. Otherwise, we would say, oh, I'm so busy. Like always we say people, na? Oh, I'm so busy. How can I breathe? It's not possible for me to breathe. I have a lot of work. I'm busy. Yeah. So thank God nature has made breath automatic. That's why you and I are still living. Yeah. Otherwise, we would have been dead and hung on the wall as photographs with a mala and dhoop. Huh? So first level is the body. Out of the 7 levels, first is the body. Second is the breath. Third is the mind. Can you tell me what is the function of the mind? Can anybody tell me what is the function of the mind? What does the mind do? Come on, please make it a little more interactive. What does the mind do? You all are so intelligent. I'm sure you can say that. Okay, it is always diverted. It reads everything around us. Okay. Coordinates our action. Beautiful. All right. Everybody is right. So mind is the faculty that, it gives solution for different. So can I say mind is that faculty where thoughts come, where emotions come, where feelings come, Mind is that faculty, isn't it? And mind perceives the world. It takes the outside world inside. How? Through the 5 senses. What are the 5 senses? 5 senses is our eyes. So through the eyes we see and then we perceive the world inside. Through the ears we hear and we understand the world outside. Through the nose we smell. Through tongue we taste. And through the touch we feel. So you're right, it commands and coordinates body functions. Yeah, brain is basically the organ, but mind is more subtle. Mind is not a solid thing, it's a energy, right? An energy which feels, which thinks, which perceives the outside world and feels it inside. So that is the mind, okay? And fourth, so let us repeat again. What is the first level? Somebody write? Out of the 7 levels, first is the body. Second, you can just say also. Unmute and say. Second, body ko zinda rakhne wala. Breath. Yes. Third, mind. So now you know the different functions. So if I ask you now that, okay, I am taking a bath. So out of these 3, which one is functional? Who is taking the bath? Who's taking the bath? Who's taking bath?
Body.
Yes, very good. And if I tell you now, looking at, talking to all of you, I'm feeling so happy. So who is happy inside me? The mind. Very nice. Thank you. God. So now you know the difference, right? So body, breath, mind. Now the 4th level is called the intellect. Can you tell me what is the job of the intellect? What is the function of the intellect? Anybody? What does it do? What does the intellect do? Intellect. Come on. It thinks. Okay. What does it think? What does it think? The mind thinks actually. Okay. Intellect also thinks, but for a specific purpose. Correct. Logical reasoning, Dr. Avinash. You are bang on. Perfect. Let's clap for Dr. Avinash Singh Chauhan. So nice. Avanish, sorry. Dr. Avanish Singh Chauhan. Yeah. So intellect does all the logical reasoning. All the decision making. Yeah. So for example, Dr. Avanish, if I ask you to put your hand in the fire, will you put? Yes or no? You will not put, right? Of course you will not put. Because your intellect tells you. It helps you to make a decision. Oh, if I put my hand in the fire, it will get burned. So your intellect is that faculty that does the logical reasoning, that does the decision making, and that does the discrimination. It does analysis, it does judgments, it does reasoning. So that faculty in us. Got this? So now you know the different faculties. Okay, first, body. Second, breath. Third, mind. Fourth, intellect. Now let's go to the 5th one. The 5th one, the 5th level of your existence is the memory. And what is the function of the memory? This is like easy for you. What does the memory do? What does the memory do? Come on, quickly. Remember. Very good. Very good. As simple as that. Amit, Ankit ji. Thank you. Supriya ji. Absolutely. The function of the memory is simply to remember things. Right? If the memory was not there, Arun ji would say, what is my name? What is my address? Where am I? Yeah. So memory is that faculty which helps you to remember things and recall. Very good, Swapnil ji. Stores the happening. Yes, Mavalan ji. Perfect. To collect the visuals. Yeah, just it is there, right? And whenever necessary, you can have access. Just like the computer memory, right? Okay, so again let us repeat. Now I want you to write down all the 5 levels that hard drive. So please write all the 5 levels. Let's see who can write first. All the 5 starting from body. Write. Let's see who comes first. Typing speed. Come on. Body, very good. Next, good Sagarji. Breath, body breath, very good. Mind, very good. Intellect, memory, very good Sagarji, very good. Sagarji has come first. Okay, Supriya has written all the 5. So I think Supriya and Ankit ji will come first and second. Very good. All the 5, huh? So now let's move on to the 6th level. It is called the ego. A lot of people think that ego is bad. No, it is not. It is my identification with myself. If I did not have an ego, then where would polemy be? My identification with my being is my ego. So ego is not the problem. Problem happens when the ego becomes inflated and it becomes superiority complex. When she does this. I am the most intelligent people. Others are all that superiority complex. That is distorted ego. At the same time, somebody who is feeling inferior, who is saying, "Oh, I am worthless. I am so bad. I have no qualities." That is also ego. That is inferiority complex. When the ego it shrinks. Both are bad. Ego is your naturalness, the way you are. Yeah, smiling, happy, doing things. 24 hours you can identify with yourself. For example, now I'm talking, but I know that who is talking? Me, polemy. So I am sleeping, I am talking, I am eating, I am sad, I am happy. That the I-ness in me is the ego. Very beautiful. So next time somebody says, "You have an ego," you said, "Of course. Don't you have one?" Everybody has an ego. You're not a human being if you don't have an ego. Even babies have an ego. Even animals have an ego. Yeah? They know that knowing that this is me, that is the ego. Okay. Now quickly let's go through again. So body, breath, mind, intellect, memory, ego, and finally the last but not the least. See, we have come from the most gross level. Body is the most gross and slowly it becomes subtle. Breath is a little more subtle. Mind is more subtle. Intellect is more subtle. Memory is more subtle. And ego is more subtle. And the subtlest of all, the subtle level of all is our self. You can call it Atman, you can call it soul, you can call it consciousness, you can call it the spirit within us. When the is eliminated, when we die, something carries on, some energy still carries on. We know, na? Energy can never be destroyed, matter can never be created or destroyed. Energy, same with energy. So that energy is the soul. Absolutely, the soul. Thank you, Sagarji. Right? So now we know the 7 levels. So body, breath, mind, intellect, memory, ego, and soul, self, whatever, consciousness. Now let us see, now that we have understood our life a little deeply and how at different levels using all this we are living, let us understand how stress affects all these 7 levels. I would say it affects all the 6 levels. It can't touch the soul. Okay, so at the body level, when you are undergoing mental stress, right? What happens? A lot of cortisol hormones, even medically if you see, Cortisol is a stress hormone. Too much cortisol, if it gets released because I'm undergoing stress, the other body functions are compromised. That is why you see people who undergo too much stress, they are the first one to get diabetes. Why? Because cortisol, when cortisol is being produced, it cannot produce insulin to digest the sugar. Are you getting this? And then slowly stress, and it is a snowballing vicious cycle. So more the stress, lesser all the good hormones. So number one, your digestive system is compromised. Your nervous system is compromised. Your endocrine, your entire endocrine system is, everything, the whole body is compromised. So what happens? All the toxins remain inside, right? We know the effect of stress on the body. Secondly, we know that breath is a tool which helps us to do respiration. We take in oxygen and we throw out. What do we throw out? Come on, you also say something. I can't see anybody, I'm just seeing myself. This is the first talk which I'm doing like this. Yeah. So tell me, what do we throw out? What does the body eliminate? The body takes in oxygen. What does it eliminate? Yeah, carbon dioxide. Isn't it? Thank you, Mahesh ji. I would also appreciate if you all can switch on your videos at this point at least. Okay. So is there a particular reason why you're, because I just finished one FDP session. They all had their cameras on. I'm wondering if there is a particular reason why you don't want to come in front. Okay, doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm trained to give my best. I will give my best to you, okay? Okay, so next is our breath, right? So what happens because of stress, you will see the stress causes the breath to become very shallow. You cannot breathe properly. Have you noticed? When you're angry or when you're very worried, when you're fearful, you're scared about something, you're worrying, then the breath becomes very shallow. So the oxygen doesn't even reach up to your lungs. तो क्या होता है? All the carbon dioxide and the potential metabolic waste, it remains inside the body. Until the age of 40, 45, the body fights. After which, lifestyle diseases come up. Today in every house, I mean the pharma companies are being benefited. Why? Because in every house there is either a sugar patient or a blood pressure patient or some heart ailment. Anybody above 40, 45 is suffering, or some mental illness like depression, something. Thank you, Vaibhav ji. Thank you, Thiruvalam ji. So nice of you. Just imagine talking to a blank screen. Thank you. At least now I have some faces in front of me. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. So after that, now what it does to the mind? Obviously, if the mind is stressed, have you noticed the mind is continuously worrying? It's either worrying about the future or it is going to the past. Have you noticed this? Yes? Yes? So it is never in the present moment. But life is in the present moment. It is neither past is history, future is mystery. Yeah, yet the mind is continually oscillating, just like a pendulum. Have you seen a pendulum? Yeah? Continuous, same with the mind. So there are two extreme positions and there is a mean position. In which position is the velocity of the speed of the pendulum highest? Do you know? It is in the mean position, the central position. Same with the mind. When the mind is in the present moment, then it is happy, relaxed, calm, full of energy and enthusiasm. Okay? When the mind is in the past, it is full of regret, full of sorrow, guilt and pain. Yes? And anger. When the mind is in the future, it is worrying, it is fearful, right? So this is what happens. Stress, what it does to the mind, it does not allow the mind to be in the present moment. That is why we are missing out the life. right? Okay. What is happening to the intellect? Because the mind is is stressed about the past and future, the intellect cannot take decisions. It cannot be logical. That is why you see a lot of relationships. Decision making gets affected. Very true. I think I've lost the... Yeah, the decision making gets affected. I think there's something wrong. Yeah. Am I audible to everybody? Am I audible to everybody? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah. Because my screen has gone away. I can't see anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, it's a bandwidth issue.
Oh, okay, fine. But you can hear me, no? Okay. So the intellect cannot reason. It can't take decisions, right? Because of the stress. What happens to the memory? We start forgetting things and we hold on to all the negative incidents in our life. Have you noticed? A person who is very stressed will always go back in the past and think, oh, that person cheated me. Oh, I've had such a bad experience. I loved that person so much, yet that person betrayed me. Yeah? Oh, I worked so hard, but my boss did not give me a promotion, did not give me the right raise. Yeah? This is what happens to the memory. The memory starts clinging on to all the negative things that has happened in the past. What happens to the ego? Either it becomes superiority or it becomes inferiority. You're not your natural self anymore, right? And in fact, if there was more time, I would have told you how horrible, what are the horrible effects, the bad effects of the stress, right? So now what can we do? What can we do? So can we control the mind from the level of our mind? Is it possible? Is it possible? Yeah, it is not possible. It's not possible. Let's say how to come out of this situation. Very, very lovely question. So, can anybody tell me how to not worry, how to come out of this situation? Does anybody has a solution? Yeah? No. Meditation. Yeah, but how? So, have you noticed whatever, let's say there is some bad thought coming, you're worrying. Have you noticed whatever you will resist will persist? Suppose you have had a fight with some colleague or some family member and you don't want to remember that person and you don't want to remember that incident, right? So while you're doing your work, you're trying to shoo away those facts. But have you noticed? You cannot do it. Because the same thought will come over and over again. So it is not possible to deal with the mind from the mind. So nature has given us a very beautiful tool. It is called our breath, our own breath. So let's say this is the mind and this is the breath. You can all look at me for once and understand this is a very important part of the session. Right? Now I will ask you, how many people get angry? I'm sure a lot of us get angry, right? Yeah? Okay. So have you noticed, well, suppose this is your mind and this is your breath. Okay, you don't get angry, Sagarji. Very good. Very good. That's a very good thing. So, have you noticed when you get angry, what is the speed of your breath? What is the rhythm of your breath? Can anybody just write quickly or tell me? What is the speed or rhythm of the breath when you get angry? Fast, high, yes, perfect. Okay, right now when you're sitting here, what is the rhythm of your breath? Yeah, you're right. Right now how it is? Right now it is normal, isn't it? Because you're sitting, you're calm, you're happy, you're attending a class. It is easy, it is normal. You're right. Okay. Suppose when you fall sick, have you noticed? Or maybe when you are very hurt, there is a lot of pain. How is the breath? What is the rhythm of the breath? Can anybody tell me? Very slow, right? You all have, noticed this. That's congratulations, Sagar ji, Ajay ji, Mahesh ji, and Vaibhav ji, and Thirumavallan ji also. Yeah, you notice that it is so slow. Also, have you noticed when we have fever, when we fall sick, how we do? Have you noticed? Even when there is pain inside, the patient does. That is the natural rhythm of the mind, the body. It naturally does like that to get relief. So, suppose this is the mind and this is the breath. Now we know that it is not easy to control the mind. So what we can do is, because the mind and breath is related, rather than controlling our mind, which is not possible, we can control the breath. And by controlling the breath, the mind also starts getting controlled. This is the secret of a stress-free mind. But of course, this is a technology. This has to be learned. Just like you need to learn maths, geography, science, management, electrical engineering, civil engineering, architecture, like that, you have to learn this. So today, we are not going to let you go away. We will do a small takeaway session. Okay, so we will do 3 things. We will give you a small session. It is 2:48. So for 5 minutes, we will do some desktop exercises. Okay, so just to bring more flexibility into the body, we will just do some stretches, some exercises. Nitish, are you here? Okay, doesn't matter. Can you all see me? Okay, so I can't see you, but at least I will be hoping that you are going to do the exercises. Okay, okay. So let's start something for the body. So after the desktop exercises, we are going to do a power breathing process. Remember, I told you, because we don't breathe properly, carbon dioxide remains inside. So we will do a process through which we can eliminate the impure air in our lungs and throw it outside. Okay, because it is that, because when the carbon dioxide remains in the lung, it produces toxins in the body. So we are going to detoxify, we are going to throw out the impure air. So that will be the second part. And third, I will take you through a guided meditation. So wherever you are, you will just sit with your eyes closed for 5 minutes and I will take you through a small guided meditation. So let's start with the desktop exercises. Okay. Okay, so let's stretch, interlock your fingers, take it up and just pull yourself from the base of the spine. Pull, 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 pull. Yeah. Then how you get up in the morning and how you stretch. Have you seen the cats and dogs stretching? Yeah, let's make noises. Wow. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Sabhi kare. Listen, I am not a model who is exhibiting something. Please do it also. Okay. That is the least respect you can pay to a person who's putting so much effort for you. Yeah. Okay. Side to side. And then what we will do is let your hand hang at the side of the body. And then you hold your chair and you go left to right, right to left. Just take your body, swing like a pendulum as much as you can. Okay? Swing like a pendulum from the waist. Very good. Very good. Okay. And now with both your hands. So like this. See if you can touch the ground, if it is possible to touch the ground from the chair. Yeah? Little bit. Very nice. Good. Okay. And now what we are going to do is we will, so this part of the body is very stressed all the time, isn't it? So what we are going to do is, if you notice, this palm, just place it in the middle of the head. How is the temperature? Can anybody tell me how the temperature is? Is it hot? It's normal. Okay, any other? Normally, this part is very hot. So when we are, just like a machine, when it is overused, yeah, when it is overused, then it becomes hot, isn't it? Yeah, very nice. So we are going to just do like this and attend, just massage this part of the head. Okay, very nice. It's a little hot. And now what we are going to do is, this part is also very stressed. So we will, with all our fingers, just take the stress off like this. Yeah, use this hand. And then with these two fingers, you will press the eyebrows, just little things. And you will see how amazing it becomes. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. And let's also, lot of stresses get accumulated in the cheek area. So let's rotate a little in the cheek. Yeah, we can pull our cheek a little bit. Yeah, googly woogly bush. You can pull the cheek a little. And then you can pull your ears. All the nerve endings of the brain come to the ears also. That's why when we were children, our parents and teachers used to make us pull our ears. Pulling our ears immediately brings alertness in the brain, mind. Okay? Okay. And then what we will do is, sitting, we will rotate our, just rotate the shoulders clockwise and anti-clockwise, right? And now we are going to pump the shoulder, okay? So a lot of lymph nodes are all over here. You know what are lymph nodes? They are basically the body's drainage system. So when we have a sedentary lifestyle and we just keep sitting in front of the desk, because right now the times are such that most of the time is getting spent in front of the computer. So it's a nice thing to do a little bit of this. It just drains off all the toxic fluids. What you see with your shoulder, breathe in, take your shoulder up, breathe out, bring your shoulder down. Okay, and now with the breath, pump it. I hope everybody is doing it. Okay. Am I audible? Am I audible and visible to everyone? Yes? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now we will do, now what we will do a very beautiful, we will open our fingers and close it with the breath. So we will do like this. Use the breath. Very good. Now we will do very beautiful. We will not take tension. We will give tension to others. Okay, so how? Breathe in and ha, ha, ha. Make this noise. Ha, 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 ha. Just 5, 5, 6, 6 times you will do and you will see the difference. Okay. Now place your right hand on your left knee. Yeah. And place your left hand at the back. Touch the, you can hold the chair. And then from the waist, just turn around. Just twist the upper part of the body. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Just feel the twist in your waist and relax. Come back. Now place your left hand on your left knee. Take your right hand behind and from the waist, just twist your body. Look at the other side. Okay. Your hips will be at the same place, but your waist will turn. So you're basically creating a twist in your waist. Very good. Wonderful. Okay. Very nice. And while we are sitting, this shoulder area pains a lot, isn't it? because we are continuously looking like this. Okay, let us do some eye exercise also. Eye exercise, so what we will do is look up. Let's look up. Let's look down. Look up. Your head has to be straight. Only the eyes will go up and down. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Now let's look extreme left, extreme right, extreme left, extreme right, again extreme left, extreme right. Your head will not move, only the eyeballs. Very good. Now let's rotate our eyes 360 degrees. Right, down, left, up, right, down, left, up, right, down, left. Sir, keep your head straight. Don't move your head. That is not, we are not moving, only the eyes. And opposite side, left, down, right, up, left, down, right. And now we will blink our eyes. So remember, for every half an hour of screen time, I'm giving you a beautiful tip. Your eyes will be saved. Just keep doing this exercise, and every half an hour of screen time, do this. 20 times blink. So blink and open your eyes wide. Blink, open your eyes wide. Blink, open your eyes wide. The muscles of the eyes get relaxed. Okay? Do this at least 15 to 20 times with a smile on your face. Okay? I can see some videos on. Thank you. So nice. Okay. Very nice. And then we can also do some head exercises from left to right. Yeah? And just the rotation of the head. Just ease out a little. Okay? Okay. Wonderful. Great. Good? Is it good? So far, so good? Yes? Okay. So these are desktop exercises. Actually, there is much more. But right now, I just could do this much. Yeah? I will do one last exercise with you. So just stretch your leg, everybody. Stretch both your hands like this. Stretch it. Your hand should be like this. Stretch it. And pull your palms to yours, both the palms, pull it towards yourself. You will feel there is pain happening here in the arms. Do it. And then put your fingers, rotate your finger up and down. You know, anybody who is having shoulder problem will go. Sachinji, just follow me. Sachin Nagureji, yeah. But the point here is you have to pull your palm, अपने हथेलियों के अपने तरफ खींचना पड़ेगा. You have to create tension over here, okay? And just do this. Say tata bye bye. I know it is paining, but continue, continue. You will really feel so much relief if you have shoulder. This is amazing, this exercise. Yeah? Very good. Can you see so much relief? Yeah? Okay. And now let's all just shake our hands nicely. Shake it till it drops. Come on, as fast as you can. Shake it till it drops. Okay? And just be still. Can you feel something? What can you feel in your hands? This is called the Pran Shakti or the life force energy. It is right inside us. And just by doing a little bit of things, we can feel it. Okay. So now let us increase our energy levels and let us learn a very powerful breathing technique right now. It is, you know, it is like how in today's day when we feel low energy, what do we reach out for? A cup of tea or a cup of coffee, isn't it? But that has sugar, and 1 cup is okay, 2 cups is okay, but we have multiple cups to gain energy, right? So this is a very natural way of energizing yourself. It is called the Bhastrika. So what we will do is, everybody just copy me. I can't see you, so I can't correct you. I can only pray that you're doing it right. Okay. So just fold your finger, your fist, make a loose fist and put it right here in front of your shoulders. Okay. And now what we will do is, we will do forceful breathing with the nose. Okay. So when I say in, what you have to do, when I say in, you have to breathe in forcefully, take your hands up and your palms will open up. Okay, then I say out, you will breathe out forcefully, your palms will fall and come back to position 1. So it will be like this, just watch me. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Okay? Have you all got it? At least write yes, so that I know that at least you have got it. Have you all understood this process? Okay, very good. Very simple. When I tell you to breathe in, you will breathe in. Your hands will go up, your palms will open up. And when I say breathe out, your hands will fall with the gravity and you will come back here. Okay? And why we are doing this? So that all the carbon dioxide, all the toxins, impure air in the lungs are eliminated through the breath. So when the impure air will come out of your system, it will provide energy to you. Yeah? So you will not need any coffee or tea. And this process you can do sitting in the comfort of your home, chair, office, anywhere. Yeah, only make sure there aren't people around you. Otherwise, they will see what happened to this person. He's doing like this, yeah. You should have some privacy. Okay. And you be there. Okay. Great, great, great. So can you all do this with me? Okay. So let's all take position, and this we will do with our eyes closed. See, again, when we open our eyes, all the energy is over, it's gone. So any breathing you should do with your eyes closed if you want to get maximum benefit. So let us close our eyes. Let us take position, loose fist in front of your shoulders. Just copy me, okay? If you have any difficulty, see me and copy me and then close your eyes and follow my instructions, okay? So take a normal breath in and breathe out. And together we will do. Breathe in, out, Sachinji, do. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Eyes closed. In, out, 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 and relax. Let both your palms on your knees open towards the sky. दोनों हाथों को घुटनों के ऊपर रख दे. Keep your eyes closed. Let your eyes be closed. आंखें बंद कर लें. And just feel the flow of energy in your body. Feel the vibrations, the sensations in your body. And now let's get ready for another round of the same process. Let's take position for Bhastrika. Loose fist in front of your shoulders, spine erect, eyes closed. Take a normal breath in and empty your lungs. Now together, breathe in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Everyone, in, out. Let's do it. In, out, 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 in, out. And let's relax. Keep your eyes closed. and just observe the sudden flow of energy in your palms, in your arms, on your face. शरीर में ऊर्जा के बहाव को महसूस करें. And now we will do the last and final round of the power breathing. Do it so that all the impure air from the lungs can be eliminated, leaving you energized. Let's take position. Once again, loose fist in front of your shoulders, spine erect. Let there be a gentle smile on your face. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. Now together we will all do this with full force and full enthusiasm, okay? Let's start. Breathe in, out, 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 and relax. Vishram kare. Keep your eyes closed. Wherever you are, make sure you're sitting easily and comfortably. If you're in your office or home, just find a place. Next 5-10 minutes, we will do a short meditation. As I will guide you through the meditation, just feel the relaxation in the body and mind. Feel the vibrations in your arms and palm and face. You can see the life force energy inside us is rising. आंखें बंद रखें. Keep your eyes closed. Sit easily and comfortably. Make sure you have a back support. Keep your eyes closed during the meditation. As you breathe out, relax the body. Let go of all. शरीर को ढीला छोड़ दे. Relax the head. सर को ढीला छोड़ दे. Relax both the shoulders. दोनों कंधों को ढीला छोड़ें. Relax both your arms. दोनों बाजुओं को ढीला छोड़ें. Relax the back and hip. पीठ और कमर को ढीला छोड़ दें. Relax both your legs. पैरों को ढीला दें. And slowly breathe out, and as you breathe out, let go of all efforts. Relax complete. पूर्ण विश्राम करें. Right now you have to do nothing, just relax. We have run a lot. Keep your eyes closed, Karthik ji. Right now don't use the chat box, just keep your eyes closed and go through the meditation. You have run a lot in life. Now it's time to relax. Just relax the body, relax the mind. Listen to all the noises around you. आसपास जो भी आवाजें आ रही हैं, उन्हें सुने. Accept all the noises and become one with your environment. Breathe in. As you breathe out, relax more and more. Vishram. Now let's take our attention to our body. This is a and now, keeping our eyes closed, we will take our attention to different parts of the body mentally. So, to begin with, let's take our attention to our right foot. दाएं पैर पे ध्यान ले जाएं. Right knee, दायां घुटना.
Please.
Right thigh and hip. दायां जंघा और कमर पे ध्यान ले जाएं. And take your attention to the whole of your right leg. पूरा दाएं पैर पे ध्यान. Take a deep breath in with your eyes closed. And as you breathe, relax more and more. विश्राम करें. Relax. Now let's take our attention to our left foot. बाएं पंजे पे ध्यान ले जाएं. Left knee, बायां घुटना. Left thigh and hip, बायां जंघा और कमर. And the entire left leg, पूरा बाएं पैर पे ध्यान. Breathe in. As you breathe out, relax totally. Leave all efforts and relax. Right now, there is nothing that you want to do. Just relax. Take your attention to your abdomen. Take your attention to your stomach and navel. पेट और नाभि पे ध्यान ले जाएं. Take your attention to your chest. छाती पे ध्यान ले जाएं. Take your attention to both your shoulders, right arm, left arm, throat, face, top of the head, and take your attention to the whole body. पूरे शरीर पे अपना ध्यान ले जाएं. Whole body, from the top of your head to the big toe of your feet. Take your attention to the whole body. Take a deep breath in. And as you breathe out, relax completely. Vishram kare. Relax totally. Become aware of any thoughts coming to your mind right now. मन में अगर कोई विचार आ रहे हैं, उनके प्रति सजग हो जाए. Whether good thoughts or bad thoughts, Let them come. Do not try to stop them. Let it come. You just become aware. Become aware of your emotions. अपनी भावनाओं के प्रति सजग हो जाए. Whether pleasant emotions or unpleasant emotions, let it come. Do not try to stop them. Let it come. Just become aware. That's it. Keep your eyes closed and relax. You are joy. You are peace. आप आनंद हो, आप ही शांति हो. ओम असतो मा सत्कमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मा अमृतं गमय. ओम शांति शांति शांति. Once again, become aware of your emotions. भावनाओं के प्रति सजग हो जाए. Once again, become aware of your thoughts. विचारों के प्रति सजग हो जाए. Once again, become aware of your body and surroundings. एक बार फिर से अपने शरीर और वातावरण के प्रति सजग हो जाए. And with a gentle smile on your face, take a deep breath in. As you breathe out, relax completely. विश्राम करें. And taking your own time, अपना पूरा समय लेते हुए जब भी आपका मन करे, taking your own time, whenever you feel like, slowly and gradually, with a smile on your face, you may open your eyes. धीरे से आंखें खोल सकते हैं. Slowly you may open your eyes. So how is the mind? Feeling very refreshed, very nice, superb feeling, Ankit ji. Yeah, how many people are feeling peaceful, relaxed? Thank you, Ankit ji, for participating. Feeling refreshing, very nice, Santosh ji. Amit ji, very relaxing. Wow, that's amazing. See, just attending a little bit to our body and mind can give us so much rest, isn't it? As if we have just woken up from a good sleep. Huh? Do you know? Just 20 minutes of breathing and meditation can give you the rest that you get from 4 hours of sleep, deep sleep. This is the power of meditation and breathing. Huh? So now you know how the mind and breath are related. So we did some desktop yoga, then we did some bhastrika, and then we did a meditation, and already you're feeling so relaxed. Kartik ji, Siresha ji, Sagar ji, Doda Ba Sapa ji, Swapnil ji. So nice, so nice. So that is what Art of Living is working towards, you know. The founder of Art of Living, Sri Ravi Shankar ji, says that you can listen to me and just see how beautiful this sentence is, that a disease-free body and a stress-free mind is the birthright of every individual living on this planet. So if for any chance we are stressed, now you have a technology available. All of you are from NIT, right? You are from NITs, right? So what does NIT stand for? National Institute of Technology, right? So see, we are learning so much technology. We are changing the world, making life easy for others. But there is one more technology, and that is this internet, intranet. So this technology is very important. If you are happy, if you are calm, if you are relaxed, then everything, your relationships, your health, your family, your profession, you can be energetic in every single and successful everywhere. So today's session was just an introduction. Otherwise, normally, right now also we are doing a FDP for all the faculties of NIT all over India. Around 120 teachers are doing the course, so you can also apply for an FDP, or maybe your college can organize for a talk session. So you can note down my number. I will put down my number here for everyone. So if you ever want to get in touch for anything, like, you know, you can always, my name is Paulimi, and you can get in touch. You can message me or WhatsApp me, okay, or write an email also to me. And here is my number. I have put it on the chat box. So yeah, you can definitely get in touch with me. So we normally have these 4 or 5 day programs where this was just a introduction, just the trailer. So the main crux of our program is the Sudarshan Kriya. So what is the Sudarshan Kriya? It is a very, powerful, very simple yet very powerful breathing technique which helps to eliminate all the toxins from the cells. You will be very happy to know that a lot of research papers have been released by top universities and medical colleges across India. Not only in India but across world. So in India it is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIIMS, then NIMHANS in Bangalore. Then we have Yale University, Oxford, Harvard University, Stanford. They have all done research on this Sudarshan Kriya, which is a breathing process which we teach you in the Art of Living program. This was just the introductory, right? So it really can eliminate, make you really healthy. So even if you're having any lifestyle disease, we also give you a lot of tips and guidance on food, lifestyle, sleep, lot of beautiful processes. So you can join us, and in the meanwhile, if you want to ask me a question, you're most welcome. Anybody has any question? I hope you enjoyed the session. Do give a feedback. Do give a feedback to the AICT so that others are also feeling. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you got some insight. Yeah. It was effective. Thank you, Rakesh ji. Thank you, Sagar ji. So nice. Yeah. And any other question you have? Anybody wants to ask a question? Is there any specific time for this meditation? See, the best time to do it is in the morning and evening, and it should be done. Empty stomach, at least 2 hours after your food. Huh? You need many sessions. Yeah, this was just in the movie how you have the trailer. This was just the trailer. कहते हैं ना picture तो अभी बाकी है. The picture is still there. Yeah. I would have loved to see all of you, but unfortunately the videos are not there. But thank you so much, everybody, for attending this session, and I hope you have taken back something with you from this session. So I think that brings us to the end of the session. Thank you, Ankit. Thank you, Sarvana ji. Thank you, Sirisha ji. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Doda Basappa ji. Thank you, Rakesh ji, Rakesh Kumar ji. So nice. Thank you. So sweet. Swapnil ji, Santosh ji, Akhil Ajay ji, thank you. Yeah, you must practice, and you must also come for the Art of Living program that we do. Okay, so you can get in touch with me. I have left my number. Yeah, in the chat box. So do come. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, do be in touch. Even if you have any personal issue, yeah, medically also or anything, we are always there for you. Okay, we are all Art of Living volunteers, and the benefit that we have all got, we want to share it with everyone. That is why we are doing these sessions everywhere, na? Yeah. These courses are now a part of more than 100 university curriculum in corporates, in institutions. All the cricket team, football team, they've all undergone the Art of Living programs. Yeah. So take care, everyone. Okay. Lots of love. And anybody, I think, who is the host today? Are you there?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful session, wonderful talk, and making the session wonderful. We are very thankful and grateful to you for providing such a wonderful discussion with our lovely participants in this particular session. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Narendra. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chandramauli ji. Thank you, Arun ji. Thank you, Dr. Binta. Thank you. So nice. Vishnu ji. Thank you. And hope to see you all soon sometime. Be in touch. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Namaskar. Bye.
Namaskar. Yeah, so dear participant, it was a wonderful talk by Miss Paulami Mukherjee from Art of Living. So it was basically on the fact of how we should live our lives and all in from this hectic schedule. Yeah, so now it's a time to have the valedictory of function. And after having this validity of this AICTE Atal Academy sponsored faculty development program, it is advised you all to go on the AICTE portal to give your valuable feedback. Okay, because as per the instructions received from the AICTE Atal Academy, that without giving the feedback from your side, the certification will not be completed. Okay, so I don't want any participant to lose their certificates. Okay, so just after the valedictory, we will wait for 10 to 12 minutes. Okay, so you should go on that the portal where you applied for the workshop. So give your feedback over there, and just after the feedback, I will share the quiz link into the chat box of this Microsoft Teams video conferencing. Okay, so by using that quiz link, you can complete that quiz. Okay, So whatever the marks you will get in that quiz, so based on the results, you will get your certificates from AICTE directly in your email addresses given by you. Okay. So we are just in the process to start our valedictory function. So just after the valedictory, so I will when I will done with the valediction of this FDP event. Okay. So then you need to go for the feedback at AICTE. Okay. So yeah, so one query is there, the what is starting time and end time. So just after giving your feedback, okay, so when I will share the link over here, okay, the quiz is having 20 questions, so it is of 20 minutes only. Okay, so it is more than sufficient, time is given. Okay, and yeah, so now it's a time to start our validity function. Yeah, so okay, someone is writing that feedback is already submitted. If you have already submitted the feedback, so need not to worry, need not to give your the double feedback. If you have already done with that, so okay, you need not to go again for that. Okay, you should only only wait for the link for the quiz, which I will put in the chat box once we will done with the valedictory and the 10 to 12 minute provided for the feedback, so that our most of the participant can go to that AICTE portal and give their valuable feedback. If you if the participant want us to give go for the feedback prior to valedictory, so we can also do that. Feedback link, there is no feedback link. You should go directly to the AICTE portal where you have applied for the workshop. Okay. So I request our participant to go directly to the AICTE portal. Okay, so there is a break of 10 to 12 minutes. So once you all will done with that, so after that we are now planning to completing our valedictory function. Okay. So here is a 10 to 12 minute break. Okay, so you all are requested to visit the AICTE portal, and some of the participants have also shared the Airtel Academy link. Okay, you can also use that if it is working. Okay, so from where you applied for the workshop, you need to go on that link only. Okay, so please you are requested to go for the feedback, and just we are coming back within 10 to 12 minutes, so we can start our validation function. Thank you. Please give your valuable feedbacks, because without doing that you will not get certification from the AICTE. Okay.
Professor Narendra, the attendance is not yet updated in Atal portal.
So, good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Prabhakar from Warangal. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes.
Sir, for me, it's not opening, sir. Feedback. I'm trying to, whatever the feedback you have given in the chat box, I'm trying to open, but it's not coming, sir.
Okay, and no, actually, I have not provided any link for the feedback. There is no link basically. You need to just log in your account, which you have
Okay.
made on the AICT portal for applying for the workshop. You need to go to that only.
Okay, sir.
There is
From
option,
if I
yeah, attended workshop. So if you will click over the workshop you attended, so directly at the bottom the option of providing the feedback will be there.
okay, thank you, sir. Thank
Yeah, yeah. Please do that quick so we can start our validation function. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank
Hello.
Yes, so dear participant, I hope that most of you have done with the feedbacks. If some of you are still left, so I will again advise you to just do that, okay, as soon as possible, because without the feedback and without giving the quiz, basically, he will not be get certificated from AICT at Academy, okay, for the course which you have attended, this 3D printing and design. Okay, yeah. So in the process you start the validity function, I would like to express my the heartiest thanks to the participant, and I would like to welcome you all for this valedictory session of AICTE Atal Academy sponsored faculty development program in online mode. Uh, uh, we are very thankful to our worthy director, sir, Professor L.K. Avasthi, for providing this opportunity to organize such a wonderful faculty development program, and we just got a huge support throughout the country, okay, from the different places, different institutions. We are highly thankful to our director, sir, registrar, sir, Dr. S.K. Misra, head of the department, Dr. Rajiv Trehan, sir, dean, student, dean faculties. Without their support, this faculty development program would not have been this much successful. We are highly thankful you all. We are also very thankful to the extraordinary our experts who have been from their core domain, Professor P.M. Pandey, who also have been at the inaugural ceremony as a guest of honor, Professor A.M. Kutte from VNIT Nagpur, Professor Sadhan Kapil from IIT Guwahati, and many more. The most especially the well-organized session by Ms. Paulomi Mukherjee. Okay, so that was a very wonderful discussion and talk by her in the different domain. As we usually only talk about the technology, technical terms, the principles, fundamentals of technology and all. Okay, so it was apart from that something different, and I would like to thank the AICTE basically for that, who just forced, or we can say that make it compulsory to organize at least one session in such domains, so that that help us to just improve up into our daily life routine, okay, by doing such yogas, meditations, exercises and all. Okay, so I hope that that particular session was very interesting, very learning for you all. It was one of the best session, I must say. Okay, so we are very highly thankful to our experts for that purpose they fulfilled. We are very thankful to our department, Industrial or Production Engineering, for the support they provide to organize this faculty development program in online mode. The huge support they provide us to online for organizing this event in online mode in this toughest situation of COVID-19 pandemic. So we are highly thankful to our HOD, our professors, without the guidance of which the faculty development program we organized would not have been this much successful. if we talk about the dedication and the enthusiasm of our organizing team members, without which that no event or no function basically can take a particular or well organized shape without that much input. So our organizing team who organized this FDP event, Dr. Ravi Pratap, Dr. Mohit Tyagi, and others, our scholars, they worked very hard to make a proper shape, to give a proper shape to this FDP event. So we are highly thankful to all. We are extremely thankful to our participant who for being patient and being enthusiastic throughout the FDP, for your queries, for your discussions. Okay, so I also hope that this all discussion and technical session will help you to doing your further research, your further the curriculum improvement, your the teaching methodologies. So much improvement you will have. Okay, and you will utilize these fundamental concept whatever you just learned over the platform of this FDP event. So in that particular way, furthermore, I would like to give a special recognition to all the participants who remained patient throughout and encouraged the model of the speakers by their gusto of and enthusiasm. So we are highly thankful to you all. So in the last of this the validity session, on the behalf of our organizing team, Department of Industrial and Production Engineering, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, Punjab, again pay high gratitude and thankfulness to all the participants, and I wish you all the very best and thank you. Thank you so much, you all. Just after the validity session, I will share the link, okay, of the quiz, so you can just click over the link and complete your quiz. So based on the result of that, you will get the certificate from the AICTE Atal Academy. So we are very thankful for the same. Thank you so much. I will just share the link in the quiz, in the chat box. Okay, so I'm just sharing it. Please find the link.
हाँ जी साहब, आ जाओ। कैसे ठीक ठाक? लो सर, चेक करो एक बार। HP ये कितने ऐसे है या हार्ड ड्राइव है? हार्ड ड्राइव ऐसे ही है? हाँ, इतना क्या है? अभी पहाड़ी बंदे ने मेरे सामने। अच्छा, इधर से बड़ी पैकिंग इसकी चेंज होगी हार्ड ड्राइव की इसके साथ लिखी है। अच्छा, देखो आप पहले आप चेक करो, इसमें से लेके आया 32 कुछ की पड़ी है, ये 2 ले आया हूँ मैं और ठीक है जी। और ठीक है, देखिए यार इसकी पावर सप्लाई ये वाली नहीं लगनी है, चलो लग जाएगी, देख लिया।